of Connecticut, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Edward Gavin for Jose Morales at counsel table is my legal assistant, Peter Mestri.
All right. So if we could please bring Mr. Morales out. I am assuming Mr. Morales is unrestrained.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
Where's his chair? Oh, okay. Couldn't see the chair.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Morales. All right. So the court will just note for the record that Mr. Morales does appear here in business casual attire unrestrained with us this morning. There is a few matters that I need to take up on the record. The first is the state's motion in limine concerning self-serving statements. Attorney Stein, you had filed that motion. I did receive an objection from counsel. Attorney Stein, do you have any additional argument aside from what's contained in your motion?
Not at this time, Your Honor. I'm aware that the court is going to defer to the time of trial.
Thank you.
I have nothing to add, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much. All right, so with that, the court will go ahead and defer decision until the time of trial. The motion to exclude the evidence outright is hereby denied without prejudice to raise the issues at trial. All right, so the next item up for the court's concern is I was advised by my clerk that one of the jurors has now a conflict with sitting on this trial, which is expected to take multiple weeks to complete. So I did have an opportunity to discuss this in chambers with counsel. It is my understanding that we intend to put this on the record, but that counsel does not, at this point in time, object to the discharge of the juror. Is that correct?
That's correct from the defense, Your Honor.
State concurs, Your Honor.
All right, so with that, my intention is to bring the juror out, just ask the juror a few questions. I will ask and confirm any additional voir dire by counsel at that time before making the ultimate decision, and I would ask for live broadcasting to stop at this time, as I do anticipate bringing a So the court is going to ask the clerks to go ahead and pick a substitute juror by lot. So one of the 4 alternate jurors will be substituted into a regular juror slot. Before commencing, is there anything further that needs to be addressed by the court, by either counsel?
Your Honor, as I had indicated in chambers, I'm aware of the court's ruling regarding the admissibility of evidence involving Vanessa Morales. I have no intention of objecting during the course of the presentation of the evidence. I just asked the court to please accept a blanket objection to the admissibility of that evidence.
All right, so Attorney Gavin, I do understand your position. However, the court was pretty clear on the allowance of the evidence as it is relevant to the investigation portion of this particular trial. I did mandate a proffer outside the presence of the jury for anything in addition to its reference to the investigation. So please stay on top of that and make all appropriate objections as relevant, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. So I will leave you to your burden on that. Is there anything by the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so at this point in time, we are going to take a brief recess just so that we can go ahead and make sure that our jurors are all prepared and ready to go, and that that alternate juror is moved into a regular juror slot. And I do anticipate after that, coming back out on the record, we will go ahead and bring the jury in, and we will introduce the case to the jury, and then the state will commence with its evidence case in chief. Thank you. Court stands in recess.
All rise. Court is recessed.
Court has been informed that the clerks did, in fact, select a juror by lot. Madam Clerk, which of the alternate jurors was chosen?
Garth West, alternate juror number 2, is now regular juror number 11.
Okay. Madam Clerk, are you all set to provide the regular oath and alternate oaths to the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, counsel, anything before the court calls the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, let me remind everyone that there are two orders in place that I wish to highlight at the moment. One is an order regarding media coverage of this case. It has been filed with the clerk's office. If you have any questions or concerns regarding that order, please consult with the clerk's office. The other is an order concerning sequestration of witnesses. Because the court is unfamiliar with the witnesses to be called in this matter in terms of their appearance, I have no knowledge of what they look like, it'd be hard for me to oversee that particular process to exclude anyone who is not supposed to be here unless I am made aware of that situation. So I would ask counsel to please remain vigilant and let the court know if in fact they believe someone is in the courtroom who should not be here as an anticipated witness to be called. So I appreciate your cooperation in that regard. All right, with that, I would ask Madam Clerk to please bring in the jury.
Grab me Rosie Clark out of the other table. Just put her right at the top. Yeah, sure, just leave it.
So my remarks at this time, members of our jury, are to generally acquaint you with some of the legal principles that will control your deliberations and to give you an idea as to how the trial is expected to proceed, how long it's expected to take, and what our daily schedule will look like. You will get detailed instructions of the law at the end of the trial before you begin your deliberations. Now, the instructions that I need to get through at this point in time are written, and I will be losing eye contact with you on occasion, so I do apologize in advance. So this is, as you know, a criminal case. The state has brought charges against Jose Morales as follows. In an amended information here in the Superior Court of the State of Connecticut for the Judicial District of Ansonia and docket ending 660T, here at Part A on February 2025, Howard S. Stein, Supervisory Assistant State's Attorney, accuses Jose Morales of murder and charges in the first count in the county of New Haven in the city of Ansonia on or about Sunday, December 1st, 2019, between approximately 1:57 a.m. and approximately 6 a.m. at 6.5 Myrtle Avenue within said city, the said Jose Morales, with intent to cause the death of Christine Holloway, did strike Christine Holloway multiple times in the head and torso with an instrument that created several round-shaped marks that measured approximately 1 inch in diameter, severely fracturing her skull and causing other blunt force injuries, which resulted in her death in violation of Section 53A-54A, subsection A of the Connecticut General Statutes. And said attorney for the state further accuses the said Jose Morales in the second count with the crime of tampering with physical evidence and charges that in the county of New Haven, in the city of Ansonia, on or about Sunday, December 1st, 2019, at approximately 2 a.m. until approximately 1:30 p.m. on Monday, December 2nd, 2019, at 6.5 Myrtle Avenue within said city. The said Jose Morales, believing that a criminal investigation conducted by a law enforcement agency is about to be instituted, the said Jose Morales did destroy and conceal and remove physical evidence of the crime of murder with the purpose to impair its availability in such criminal investigation in violation of Sections 53A-155 of the Connecticut General Statute. This amended information is dated at Milford, Connecticut, the 18th day of February 2025, and signed on behalf of the state by Howard S. Stein, Supervisory Assistant State's Attorney for the Judicial District of Ansonia, Milford. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the information which I have just read is not evidence. It is merely the formal means of bringing a person forward to court for trial on crimes. You must not consider it as any evidence of the guilt of the defendant or draw any inference of guilt because the defendant has been arrested and formally charged with committing crimes. Every defendant in a criminal case is presumed to be innocent, and that presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial, unless and until the state proves the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden is on the state to prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and that burden of proof never shifts throughout the trial, unless you find at the conclusion of all the evidence that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed every element of an offense charged. You must find him not guilty of that offense. On the other hand, if you are satisfied that the evidence establishes the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, you should not hesitate to find him guilty. The defendant may or may not testify in this case. An accused person has the option to testify or not to testify at trial. He is under no obligation to testify. He has a constitutional right to not testify. You must draw no unfavorable inferences from the defendant's choice to not testify. The procedure of the trial is as follows. After I finish this instruction, the state will present its evidence. Then the defendant may present evidence. The defendant, however, has no legal obligation to present evidence. The law does not require a defendant to prove his innocence or to produce any evidence. If the defendant does present evidence, the state may then present rebuttal evidence if it so chooses. When all the evidence has been presented to you, the lawyers will make closing arguments to you. Bear in mind that arguments are not evidence. You may consider argument of counsel during your deliberations, but arguments are not evidence. Under our rules, the state argues first, then the defendant argues through counsel, and then the state argues a second time. But the defendant does not argue a second time. However, each counsel is given the same amount of time for argument. It's only the state that breaks that argument into two parts. When arguments are completed, I will then instruct you as to the laws that you must apply in this case. At the conclusion of those instructions, I will then send you to the jury room to begin your deliberations. That is the first time you will discuss this case with anyone. Up until that time, you will not discuss this case with anyone, including each other. Once deliberations start, all deliberations must be conducted in the jury room only when all jurors are present. When you deliberate, you apply the facts that you find to the law as I instruct, and in that way reach a verdict. Your verdict must be unanimous. My responsibility as the judge is to conduct the trial of the case in an orderly, fair, and efficient manner, to rule on questions of law arising during the trial, and to instruct you as to the law that applies to this case. It is your duty to accept the law as I state it to you, whether you agree with it or not. My actions during the trial, in ruling on claims or objections by counsel, in comments to counsel, in questions to witnesses perhaps, or in setting forth the law in the instructions to you, are not to be taken by you as any indication of my opinion as to how you as jurors should decide the facts. If you come to believe during the trial that I have expressed any opinion as to those facts, you should disregard it. As I've told you, my job as judge is to ensure that there is a fair trial here so that you can decide the case. During the course of the trial, I may occasionally ask questions of a witness. Do not assume that I hold any opinion on the matter to which my questions may relate. Remember all times that you as jurors are at liberty to disregard all comments of the court in arriving at your own findings as to the facts in this case. You must not take anything I may say or do during the trial as indicating what I think the evidence is or should be, or what your verdict is or should be. Your function as the jury is to determine the facts. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts here, and you alone will determine the weight, the effect, and the value of the evidence, as well as the credibility of the witnesses. You must consider and weigh the testimony of all the witnesses who appear before you, and you alone are to determine whether to believe any witness and the extent to which any witness is to be believed. It is your responsibility to resolve any conflicts in testimony that may arise during the course of the trial, and to determine where the truth lies. In the course of evaluating the evidence, you are entitled to draw any and all inferences that you find reasonable and logical from the evidence you hear. You will decide what the facts are from the evidence that will be presented in this courtroom. That evidence will consist of the testimony of witnesses, documents, and other material admitted into evidence as exhibits, and any facts on which the lawyers agree or that I may instruct you to accept. The following are not evidence, and you must not consider them as evidence in deciding the facts of this case: statements and arguments by the attorneys, questions and objections of the lawyers, and testimony that I instruct you to disregard. There are two kinds of evidence: direct and circumstantial. Direct evidence is testimony by a witness about what that witness personally saw or heard or did. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence. That is, it is evidence from which you can infer another fact. As an example, if you wake up in the morning and see that the sidewalk is wet, you may infer that it rained during the night. The wet sidewalk is circumstantial evidence that it rained. Other evidence, however, may provide another explanation for the water on the sidewalk, such as a garden hose that was left on overnight. Therefore, before you decide that a fact has been proved by circumstantial evidence, you must consider all the evidence in the light of reason, experience, and common sense. In deciding this case, you may consider both direct and circumstantial evidence. The law permits you to give equal weight to both, but again, it is for you to decide how much weight to give any evidence. Some evidence may be admitted for a limited purpose. When I instruct you that a piece of evidence has been admitted for a limited purpose, you must consider it only for that purpose and none other. In deciding the facts of this case, you are the sole judges of the credibility of the witnesses. You will have to decide which witnesses to believe and which witnesses not to believe. You may believe everything a witness says or only part of it or none of it. However, every witness starts on an equal basis. You are to listen to all of them with an open mind and judge all of them by the same standards. Police will be testifying in this case. You must determine the credibility of police officials in the same way and by the same standards as you would evaluate the testimony of any other witness. The testimony of a police official is entitled to no special or exclusive weight merely because it comes from a police official. You should recall his or her demeanor on the stand and manner of testifying and weigh and balance it just as carefully as you would the testimony of any other witness. You should neither believe nor disbelieve the testimony of a police official just because he or she is a police official. Now, during the course of trial, counsel for either party may object to a question asked by the other lawyer. It is the responsibility of counsel to object to evidence which he or she believes is not properly admissible, and you should not be prejudiced in any way against a lawyer who makes an objection. When that happens, I will rule on the objection. If I sustain the objection, you will not hear an answer to the question, and you should not wonder why it was asked or speculate as to what the answer would have been. If I overrule an objection, you will hear an answer to the question, and you may give it whatever consideration you feel it is entitled to. There may be times when counsel or the court may ask you to be excused during arguments or objections. Those arguments often include matters of evidence that the court may eventually exclude. The reason that I ask you to step out is to assure that you will not hear evidence that is not properly admissible and not to keep you from evidence that you should in fact hear. Now, a few moments ago, you took an oath that will govern your conduct as jurors between the time you took that oath and the time that you are discharged by me after you have reached a verdict in this case. That oath and the rules of court obligate you to do certain things and to avoid other things, and I want to review some of those obligations with you. First, you must decide this case based only on the evidence presented here in the court and on the law as I explain that law to you. Second, do not make up your minds about what your verdict will be until you have heard all the evidence, heard closing arguments of the attorneys, and my instructions on the law, and after that, you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence. Keep an open mind until that time. There are some rules that flow from these obligations, and I will go over those. You may not perform any investigations or research or experiments of any kind, either on your own or individually as a group. Do not consult any dictionaries for the meaning of any words or any encyclopedias or the internet for general information on the subjects or issues arising out of this trial. Do not look up anything online concerning information about this case or any of the people involved in it or any of the locations that are discussed during the evidence. That includes the defendant, the witnesses, the lawyers, and of course myself as the judge. Do not get copies of any statutes that may be referred to in court or that you heard the court refer to while reading the amended information. Do not go to any scenes where any of the events that are the subject of this trial took place, or use any device such as internet maps or Google Earth or any other program to search for or view any of the places discussed in this trial. You may ask yourself why, because parties have a right to have the case decided based only on the evidence they know about and that which has been introduced here in court. If you do some research or investigation or experiment that we don't know about, then your verdict may be influenced by information that has not been tested by the oath to tell the truth or by way of cross-examination. The same thing is true of any media reports you may come across about this case or anybody connected with the case. If you do come across any reports in newspapers, magazines, on TV, or any internet sites, you may not read it, watch it, or listen to it because it may refer to information not produced here in the courtroom and may contain inaccurate information. You may not discuss this case with anyone, including each other, until the case is over and you've been discharged by the court. Anyone else does include members of your family, your friends, your coworkers, etc. If you wish, you may tell them, obviously, that you are serving as a juror and the expected length of time that you are commanded to be here. But you may not tell them anything else about the case until it is over and I have discharged you. You may not talk to any court personnel, such as marshals or clerks, about this case. You may not ask any of your friends who are lawyers or law enforcement personnel for any advice or information about matters related to this case. Additionally, you may not communicate to anyone any information about this case. This includes communication by any means, such as text messages, email, internet chat rooms, blogs, and of course, social media websites like Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, or TikTok, otherwise now known as X. I'm sorry, that's not otherwise known as X. It's TikTok and X, previously known as Twitter. Both the defendant and the state are entitled to a fair trial rendered by an impartial jury, and you must conduct yourself so as to maintain the integrity of the trial process. Now, when you have rendered a verdict and you are dismissed by the court, you obviously at that time will be free to discuss the case with anyone you want, though remember, you're not required to do so. Until then, you must be focused solely on the evidence presented here in the courtroom and your obligations to the fairness of these proceedings. In addition, even as jurors, you may not talk to each other about the case until I tell you to do so, and that will not be until you've heard all the evidence, heard closing arguments, and my instructions as to the law on this case that you must apply to the facts that you find. Now, it seems only natural that as jurors sitting on a case together that you would talk about a case as it is going on. The problem with that is when people start discussing things, they do take positions on them, and they express opinions which are often hard for them to change later on. So if you were permitted to discuss the case while it was going on, you might reach conclusions or express opinions before you have heard all the evidence or heard the final argument to counsel or the law that you must apply to this case. Your verdict in this case might then be improperly influenced by the conclusions or opinions you or your fellow jurors have reached before you knew all of the evidence or the law that will help you put that evidence in proper context for your verdict. Well, so what happens if these rules are violated? Well, in some cases, violation of the rules of juror conduct have resulted in hearings after trial in which the jurors have had to come testify about their conduct. In some cases, the verdict of the jury has been set aside and a new trial ordered because of jury misconduct. So it is very important that you abide by these rules. If someone should attempt to talk to you about this case, please report it to the clerk immediately. If you see or hear anything of a prejudicial nature or that you think might compromise the proper conduct of this trial, please report it to the clerk immediately. These communications to the clerk should be in writing, and please do not discuss any such matters with your fellow jurors. You may, if you wish, take notes during the trial. When you came in, you'll note that there is a notepad and a pen provided on your chair. You'll get more instructions about the notebooks, but during recess, you will be leaving the notebooks behind, and at night, the notebooks will be collected and they will be kept and maintained in a confidential place. You are not, of course, required to take notes, even if your fellow jurors are taking notes. Let me emphasize some ground rules for you regarding the note-taking. So notes are a sound tool to help you refresh your recollection during deliberations. However, notes by themselves are not foolproof. If there is a conflict between your notes and your recollection, it is your recollection that must prevail. Additionally, if there is a conflict between your recollection and the notes of a fellow juror, again, it is your recollection that must prevail because your notes are not evidence. You will recall my earlier definition of what constitutes evidence. Your verdict must be based exclusively on the evidence presented here in the courtroom and the principles of law given to you in my final instructions. The note-taking process should not distract you from focusing on the witness because the credibility to ascribe to a witness is critical, and that's one of your roles. It is essential that you do not allow note-taking to interfere with or impede your ability to view the witness, listen to him or her, and to size him or her up, and that is to properly evaluate the witness. You should not be so preoccupied with taking notes that you overlook what the witness is saying and how that witness is saying it. You may find that note-taking may distract you from giving full attention to a witness while he or she is testifying. You will be able to get testimony played back to you during your deliberations, so you do not need to make your own record of exactly what was said by any witness. There is no need to try to take down a lot of notes or to take down the testimony word for word. You may not make or modify any notes outside of court. As indicated earlier, those notepads will be collected at the end of the day and kept confidential by the marshal or the clerk of court. No one will look at them. Whatever notes that you do take are confidential. You are not to exchange or discuss your notes with your fellow jurors during the trial itself. You may discuss your notes if you so choose during the deliberations. Just as you cannot discuss or deliberate this case among yourself until the case has been completed, so too you cannot exchange or discuss your notes until the trial evidence has been completed. There is no requirement, of course, that you take notes. This is an option to be exercised by each of you individually. Those of you who elect not to take notes will be no less conscientious than jurors who take notes. The juror who takes few or no notes should not permit his or her individual recollection to be influenced by a juror whose notes may differ from that recollection. Notes are only a tool and not always accurate. Do not assume that a voluminous note taker is taking notes that are necessarily more accurate. I take notes because I may be asked to rule on issues during evidence. Your decision whether to take notes at any point should not be influenced by my note-taking. Finally, notwithstanding note-taking by you and your fellow jurors, do not hesitate to seek a reading of any portion of the testimony if you deem it essential during your deliberations. Now, in terms of the daily schedule, the lawyers have informed me that they expect the evidentiary portion of this trial to take a few weeks, but that is only an estimate. A trial may go a little longer, maybe a little bit shorter. I will do my best to try to keep you informed of any changes or adjustments in the trial schedule. Once evidence is presented and the case is given to you for deliberations, of course, the length of deliberations depends solely on you as the jury. During the trial, any communication you wish to make with me must be in writing, dated and signed by the person making the communication. It will be read to the lawyers and the parties and made part of the record. So if you have a question, write it down, hand it to the marshal or the clerk, and that marshal or clerk will get it to me. And please do not share the substance or nature of that note with your fellow jurors. So with these comments, I do want to address one other thing. So after you were selected as jurors or alternates in this case, I did mention that the trial may generate some press interest, and I gave you some brief instructions about what to expect in that regard and how to conduct yourselves while the trial is underway, and I want to focus on that just for a moment. As you probably noticed, there are members of the press in the courtroom, in the hallways, and on the grounds outside and around the courthouse. They are here with the permission of the court because this is a trial, which is a public matter, and the public has a right to know what is happening here. On the other hand, the court is responsible for ensuring the comfort and privacy of persons who need to be here and for conducting these proceedings in an orderly and dignified way so that neither you nor the parties and their representatives, nor the witnesses, nor the court staff are distracted from their important business before the court. These interests must be accommodated and harmonized accordingly. The court and members of the press have agreed on certain restrictions and limits on the activities in which they may engage. First, members of the press may not approach jurors, alternates, witnesses, or attorneys in this case, or court staff for questioning or interviews prior to the conclusion of the proceedings here, in the courthouse, on its grounds, or elsewhere. Jurors and alternates shall not discuss any aspect of this case with anyone while it's pending. I've gone over that numerous times. Members of the press shall not take or make photographs or video of any jurors or alternates, either inside or outside this courthouse. There is a camera here in the courtroom, but neither that camera or any other camera which may or may not come into the courtroom will be allowed to capture images of the jury, so either as a group or individually. So I wanted to put you at ease relative to that. If jurors, alternates, or any court staff become aware of the violation of these rules, please report that to the marshal immediately so the court can address it. Finally, and I can't impress this upon you enough, I can't stop you from engaging in your usual activities when you leave court for the day and you go home. But I do want to remind jurors and alternate jurors that you should carefully avoid viewing press coverage of these proceedings while the trial is pending. As I have told you repeatedly, it is critical that all of you know about this case information that has only been presented here in the courtroom by both sides, because you need to deliberate based solely on that information. All right. So with that, I am going to ask counsel if they need to address the court outside the presence of the jury before we commence regarding the court's introduction to the jury.
No, Your Honor.
Not from the state, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Well, is the state prepared to call its first witness?
State is, Your Honor.
You may go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
State of Connecticut would call Rosie Jones Clark to the stand.
Just for the jury's understanding, the court has an order in effect that all witnesses are going to remain outside the courtroom until such time as they are called, okay? So that you will see some delay when we call a witness. Please watch your step. Thank you. Thank you. If you could please remain standing, Madam Clerk is going to put you to oath.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear, solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes, I agree with what you're saying.
Please state your full name, spell your last name, and please state your business address for the record, please.
Full name is Rosie Jones Clark. It's spelled J-O-N as in Nancy, E-S hyphen Clark, C-L-A-R-K-E. Business name, Get Smart Investors, but it used to be Bright Morning Star Daycare.
And your business address?
It is 1700 Broadbridge Avenue, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. You may be seated. I am going to instruct you to please keep your voice up. I'm also going to instruct you, if you could turn your chair, and I know this is a little bit awkward, just a little slanted so that you can face all members of the jury when you're responding to questions, that would be fantastic. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
fine?
Yep, are all members of the jury able to see the witness? Thank you. All right, Attorney Stein, you may proceed.
Thank you. Is it all right if I call you Rosie?
Yes, it is.
Okay. The hyphenated name's always a question with this cough I have. I triple up that. So as the judge just explained to you, that mic in front of you, it does a very poor job amplifying. It's more for the court reporter to pick up. So if you don't mind keeping your voice up, you really project down for us.
Sure.
So you indicated you're currently involved in a business, but was there a point in time back in 2019 that you had a different business?
Yes, I did.
And what was the name of that business?
Bright Morning Star Daycare.
And can you tell me, first of all, what type of business was it?
It's a child care center.
And were you the owner, the operator of it?
Yes.
How long had you been involved in that business?
Well, I've been in business already for 15 years. Prior to Bright Morning Stars, I started in my home, and then I moved into a center, and I had been doing the center at that time probably about 19, so probably about 7 years, I believe.
Okay. And just describe, so further home and into a center, describe the business, if you will, for me.
So initially at home, it was a family daycare, so you can have up to 6 children full-time. And I did that for about 15 years, and then I moved into a child care center, meaning I could have, well, depending on the space of the facility, I could have 25 at the daycare center, which was in the Black Rock area of Bridgeport.
All right. And were these 25 children all in one classroom, or were there multiple classrooms?
Multiple classrooms.
And how many classrooms were operating in December of 2019?
We had 3 classrooms.
And did you break them down by age range?
Yes.
Younger children in one classroom, and then as they progressively get older, you separate them?
Yes.
I want to ask you, in December of 2019, did you know a woman by the name of Christine Holloway?
Yes.
How did you know Christine Holloway?
She was my employee.
How long, do you recall when she started working for you?
I don't really recall right now when she actually started, but I think by the time of her death, maybe she had been there a little over 2 years.
And during that time, in what capacity was she employed by you?
She was a lead teacher, which means that she was in charge of the infant room, which went from children that were 6 weeks old up to about 14, 15 months old.
So as a lead teacher, tell us a little bit about what her responsibilities were as a lead teacher.
Sure. Her responsibilities were to make sure that all of the children were fed on time, that their nap times, kept them on schedule with their naps, of course, feeding, changing, making sure the classroom was clean. She also was in charge of other teachers that would be in the room, the assistant teacher, and then, of course, floaters that went in and out of the classroom.
And how was she as an employee in that capacity?
Christina was actually an excellent employee. She was always on time. She did all the things that she needed to do. She worked well with others. I never had any problems with her as far as being a team player, working with others, and just being able to do her job.
Did you know her at all in any type of a personal capacity?
Other than just, from time to time, I take all of the staff out, like for dinners, or we'd all just we have staff meetings that we do. Nothing personal outside of work, more than that. That's about it.
Could you just describe her generally, her temperament, her personality, if you will?
So she was, I don't know, I guess I'd probably say she was simply quiet. By that I mean she was pretty simplistic. She didn't require a whole lot. She was always the same, Christine, very consistent, always on time. She sort of quiet, very quiet, but yet, you know, she smiles, she'd joke a little. I'm one of those bosses that do jokes. I'm not the typical boss, I suppose, but like to have fun, and we've always tried to create a happy environment, social sort of environment where, you know, everyone can talk and laugh together and all of those things. And Christine was, she was quiet, but yet she very consistent, always.
Did there come a point in time while she was in your employ that she became pregnant?
Yes.
Do you know approximately when that was?
It was shortly after her working there. I can't give you any exact dates, but it was shortly after her working there, maybe, I don't even think it was 6 months. I think it was less than 6 months.
And when she became pregnant, did she take time from work?
No. Other than she may have had to, and I'm just thinking off the top of my head now, I don't have any records to sort of prove the exact dates, but other than I think just having like doctor's appointments while she was pregnant, but she didn't take off from work. She'd either leave early, she'd try to leave early. She was always at work. She wasn't one to miss work.
How about when she gave birth? Was there any time off from work after giving birth?
She was out maybe 6 weeks, not long.
And do you know the child that she had? Was it a boy or a girl?
A girl,
And do you know what she named it?
Vanessa. Yeah.
And did you know who Vanessa's father was?
Yes.
And do you know that person's name?
Jose.
And had you ever met Jose at all while Christine was working at the daycare?
Yes.
And if you don't mind looking around the room, do you see the person that you know as Jose currently sitting here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point to where you see him seated and tell, so the record can capture it, what do you see him wearing?
I will stipulate that it's Mr. Morales here at the council table.
So this gentleman over here, is that the Jose you knew
Yeah.
as the father of Vanessa Morales?
Yes, Vanessa looks just like him.
All right, so court will just note the stipulation and also note the witness has identified Mr. Jose Morales. Thank you.
I want to show you what has been marked as States 1 for identification.
Right?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can you
Thank
tell me whether you recognize who these people are?
Yes.
Who do you recognize these people to be?
It's Christine and Vanessa.
I'm going to offer this, Your Honor, as States 1.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, with no objection, court will accept into evidence States 1. Full exhibit.
Yeah. Ms. Clark, showing you what's been marked States 1 now as a full exhibit. Obviously, the adult that's on the right side of the image, is that Christine Holloway?
Yes.
And the child in the umbrella stroller, is that Vanessa Morales?
That's baby Vanessa.
And is it fair to say there's pumpkins in the background, so this would be about Halloween time of approximately 2019?
Yes.
to call your attention to Thanksgiving. So maybe a few weeks after that photograph had been taken of 2019. Do you recall, I believe it was Wednesday, November 27th, just before Thanksgiving, was Christine at work that day?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
The Wednesday just before Thanksgiving, was Christine at work that day?
Yes.
And after Vanessa was born, and while Christine was at work, do you know what happened to Vanessa? Where would Vanessa be while Christine was working?
She was at the daycare as well.
So I just want to be sure that I'm understanding you. When Christine went back to work after Vanessa's birth, did Vanessa become a student or in care at the daycare center?
Yes.
So when Christine was at work, would Vanessa be with her at work?
Yes.
And was it always like that? Was baby Vanessa always with Christine?
Yeah. Baby Vanessa was in her mom's classroom in the infant room.
So shortly before Thanksgiving, do you recall on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving whether Christine worked and whether she left early that day?
She left early.
And was there a procedure in place at Bright Star if an employee wanted some time off? Was there a procedure that they had to apply or give you notice of their intent to take time off?
Yes. We required at least 10 days if possible. If they needed some time off, that they would fill out a request form.
Mayor, Post Witness, Your Honor.
You may, thank you.
Showing you what's been marked States 2, can you tell me whether you can identify generally what this is?
Yes, that's our Bright Morning Stars form for request time off.
And does it appear to be the form that Christina Holloway would have filled out?
Yes.
Just 1 second, please, Your Honor.
Of course.
No objection, Your Honor.
States 2 full, Your Honor. May I publish it?
Well, let me make the finding, and then you may, yes, of course. Court will accept into evidence States 2 full by way of agreement. Thank you.
Your Honor, if I could just inquire, is the number 68 on the form? I'm not sure what the relevance of that is.
That'll come in through a subsequent witness.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Clark, Rosie, are you able to see what's on the monitor here?
Yes.
And does it appear top of the form that it pertains to Christine H?
Yes.
And this top line does it appear that Ms. Holloway was requesting time off from November the 27th at 3:30, and she was going to be returning to work on December 2nd at 8:30 in the morning,
Correct, yes.
and that was authorized by a member of your staff?
My assistant director, yes.
And also contained on this form are other dates she had anticipated taking off around Christmas, December 24th through December 30th.
Correct.
So, you last saw Christine Holloway when she left Bright Star on Wednesday, November 27th, sometime around 3:30 p.m. on that day. Would that be a fair and accurate statement?
She left bright morning star. Yes. Yes.
Well, I interposed the words then.
That's okay.
With regard to, but that was the last time that you saw her.
Yes.
You didn't see her on Thursday or Friday or over that weekend. You wouldn't have seen her again until December the 2nd, which would have been the Monday following the Thanksgiving weekend.
Correct. Yes.
So now that sheet showed us that she was due at work Monday morning following that long weekend at 8:30. And was 8:30 her scheduled start time?
Yes.
Now, during the time that you knew Ms. Holloway, would she show up at 8:30 to begin her shift?
No, Christine pretty much always came early.
What time would Christine normally get to work when she was due into work by 8:30?
Around 8:10, 8:15.
And when she arrived, at least after Vanessa had been born, would Vanessa be with her?
Yes.
And did there come a point in time on Monday, December the 2nd of 2019, where you were expecting Ms. Holloway for work and she did not show up?
Yes.
And do you recall at what point did you sort of become aware that Christine had not shown up for work yet?
It was probably about 20 after 8 or so. And my assistant director said she was in the classroom and
Calls for hearsay.
I don't blame it, Your Honor, but with regard to, based upon what this person told you, what, if anything, did you do?
I'm so sorry. Repeat that for me.
Sure. Based upon what your assistant told you, what did you do?
Well, we started making calls to Christine to see where she was, and
Let's take one step at a time. So,
Sure.
So, did you or other people at bright morning start making phone calls?
yes,
Did you call Christine Holloway?
yes,
Did you? So you had a telephone number for her.
yes,
Were you able to reach her?
no.
Do you know if any of other employees made similar attempts to reach her?
My assistant director, yes.
And was she able to reach her?
No.
Now, at what point in time, I mean, so now you have somebody, an employee who didn't show up for work, a team leader, I think, or head teacher, as you described. What steps did you take after that?
We began to call at some point family members that were listed on her paperwork.
Okay. Did you have to do things with regard to the activities in her room before you started to make those calls?
Well, my assistant director was in the classroom,
Okay.
had to take over for her.
So you put somebody in to start running Christine's classroom.
Correct.
Now, what was in your mind at this point in time with regard to the fact that it's after 9 now and Christine hasn't shown up, and what were you thinking?
Well, even before 9, I mean, I was concerned because it wasn't like her. She was always consistent, always on time or before time. And so I was just hoping nothing had happened to her.
Did it enter into your mind that shortly before Thanksgiving, she had asked for time to take Vanessa to the doctor? Do you recall that?
Objection, Your Honor. Now the state is testifying for this witness. Every one of these questions leading, and I've been sitting here trying to be complimentary.
I understand your objection is leading. I will sustain it.
With regard to just before the Thanksgiving break, did you make any observations with regard to Vanessa Morales' health?
Vanessa had been sick. I don't recall exactly what was wrong with her at the time now, but she had been sick prior to the holiday.
Christine asking for time off to take her to a doctor.
Objection to the following
I think
question.
it's a call for a yes or no.
Well, that's why it's leading. It's sustained.
Did Christine take any time off to with regard to a doctor's appointment for Vanessa?
Honestly, I can't recall now. She may have, but I don't recall.
So after you arranged coverage for Christine's classroom, what steps did you take to try to locate Christine Holloway?
Well, initially calling just the people that she had listed as emergency contacts to try and figure out what was, where she was, or making sure she was okay. And then after which I didn't get any callbacks from the people that we had called on her list. So I called the Ansonia Police Department.
Okay. So I just want to be sure I'm understanding. Did you have some kind of an employee, when you hire somebody, they list emergency contacts?
Yes.
Are those the people that you tried to reach out to?
Yes.
Did you make contact with any of those people?
Just voicemail.
Did you hear back from any of those people?
No, not until, well, I shouldn't say no. Not during that time at all. It was probably a day or two later.
Okay. Did there come a point in time then, in the day on now Monday, December the 2nd, I think you told us that you reached out to the Ansonia Police Department.
Yes, I did.
Did you recall approximately what time that was?
I don't know, maybe close to afternoon. I'm not sure.
I'm sorry?
Close to afternoon time. I'm not sure of the time.
Okay. And when you called the Ansonia Police Department, what if anything, did you make a request with regard to their services?
I did. Yes. Should I?
What did you request?
I asked them if there was a way that they could do sort of a wellness check to see if she was home, because we had not heard from her and she didn't show up for work.
And did they indicate to you that they would perform this welfare check?
Yes, they did.
And did there come a point in time that you heard back from the Ansonia Police Department?
Yes.
And were they able to locate Christine Holloway?
No.
At that point in time, what were you thinking about at that point in time?
Objection, relevance.
Attorney Stein, her thoughts at that time, how is that relevant?
Well, with regard to the subsequent actions that she takes.
Well, why don't we get to the subsequent actions first then, Sustained?
So after that, that return phone call from Ansonia Police, did you reach out to, or attempt to reach out to Christine or to anybody else in any other way?
My assistant and I, we tried to contact. I'm sorry.
You guys could just testify to what she did and not what her assistant did, please.
Unless she has knowledge of what, if she was there.
Hold on a moment. Let's start again. The question was, did you reach out? That basically is a yes or no. So why don't we start there? I'm going to strike any answer and we'll get an answer to the question. So did you reach out to anyone else was the question.
Yes.
There's more information in the question, but all right, so the answer is yes. Your follow-up, Attorney Stein?
And how did you reach out?
Facebook.
Did you message Christine Holloway?
I don't think I messaged Christine.
Who did you message?
Mr. Morales.
Did you ever receive a response to that message?
No.
Did there come a point in time that you found out what happened to Christine Holloway?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
What is the relevance, Attorney Stein?
With regard to providing a statement to the police?
Well, at this point in time, what she found out would call for hearsay, I'm assuming. Why don't we move into the statement and get into that part first?
At some point in time, did you become aware that Christine Holloway had been found dead?
Yes.
And did the police ask you to give a statement, amongst other things, where Vanessa Morales could possibly be?
Yes.
And did you provide them with any information?
I mean, I didn't know where Vanessa could be, so I said, no, I didn't know.
Did you indicate where Vanessa Morales normally is?
Yes.
And what was your answer?
She's normally with her mom.
I have nothing further here.
Okay, Attorney Gavin, any cross-examination?
Thank you. I'm Judge Clark. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Thanks for being here with us. My name's Ed Gavin. I just have a few questions for you as well, okay? Not trying to confuse you. If you don't understand anything, just let me know.
I will.
all right? So, is Morning Star Daycare still in existence now?
Bright Morning Star, no.
No, it's not in existence anymore.
Well, I still own the business name, but I do not run the business anymore.
Okay. And just, I know that Attorney Stein had asked you regarding Christine. How long had she worked there prior to Thanksgiving in 2019?
Again, I want to say maybe 2.5 years. I don't know exactly.
So we know that she was employed prior to her pregnancy. Is that correct?
Yes,
And then she became pregnant, correct?
yes,
Right. And had Vanessa.
yes,
Okay. And then she took some time off, as anybody would do after birth, and she came back to work.
yes,
Okay. And was it part and parcel of her compensation package that she could bring young Vanessa with her to work?
yes,
Right. That was not a temporary situation. That was a permanent situation. Is that correct?
yes,
All right. And then I think you said that she was expected to be at work at about 8:30 on Monday morning. Is that correct?
yes,
But her practice and her habit was to get there early.
yes,
Right? She was a responsible person. Right?
absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Great. And the room that she was responsible for, the infant room, how many children were in the infant room? Approximately. I don't.
Yeah, I was going to say it varies because kids come and go sometimes, but I don't know exactly back then how many kids were there. But
It's okay.
yeah, I couldn't tell you exactly how many kids were there.
And sometimes kids get sick and don't show up.
That happens.
Right?
Yes.
Sometimes they're on vacation visiting grandma and grandpa, right? So they don't show up.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and if I understand you correctly, so in this room, no matter how many students were there, the youngsters, Vanessa would have been part and parcel of the population in the infant room.
So no, Vanessa had just been moved to our toddler room. So we go up to about once they turn about 14 months,
Okay.
Vanessa would have been in our toddler room at that time.
Okay. And so, if I understand you correctly, back in the Thanksgiving timeframe in 2019, Vanessa wasn't in the infant room. She had gone to the toddler room.
Correct.
And some other employee would have been responsible for the toddler room.
Yes,
Is that correct?
correct.
Yeah. Okay. So Christine wasn't with Vanessa all the time because she was still in the infant room.
Yeah, kind of. So we have low-bearing walls
Okay.
that separated the rooms. However, so Christina could see her, she could see Christina. Still, yeah,
They were in close proximity to one another.
very much so.
Okay, gotcha. Now, I want to take you to Monday, December 2nd. Okay, this is the operative day that Christine didn't show up for work.
Yes.
Okay, so we're just going to talk about that day. I have all the police reports and I have all the cell phone records as well, and I just want to see if it's consistent with your recollection in regard to what happened. The first thing is the police reports indicate that you had contacted the Ansonia Police Department for a wellness check at about 12:52 p.m. Is that consistent with your recollection?
Honestly, I don't remember exact time,
I understand.
but I did call them, yes.
Sure. Just so we're clear, so you didn't call the Ansonia Police Department when she was 15 minutes or a half hour
Oh, no.
or an hour late, right?
No.
You let some time go by. And the records indicate that there were a number of phone calls to Christine's cell phone. Is that consistent with your recollection?
Could you repeat that question for me?
Sure. The cell phone records show that there were a number of phone calls to Christine's cell phone on the morning of Monday, December 2nd.
I wouldn't know how many phone calls. I'm
Person or in general?
So you're seeking clarification?
Sure.
All right. So it would call for speculation, Attorney Gavin,
I'll
relative to
rephrase.
other phone calls coming
Sure,
in?
sure. I believe you testified that you had called Christine's cell phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the records indicate that there were a whole number of phone calls, and were some of them made by you and some of them perhaps made by your assistant?
Possibly.
Okay. Well, I don't want to confuse you here. Let me go through what the phone records indicate.
Sure.
Would you tell me whether or not you recall whether or not you would have made a phone call to Christine's cell phone? Okay. All right.
Objection,
I
Your
could
Honor.
try.
He's going to read from document, not in evidence.
I'm not reading from a document, not in
So, well,
evidence.
to the extent that we're talking about a record that contains phone calls, Attorney Gavin, it would be a document not in evidence. If you'd like to question her relevant to independent recollection or
Okay.
independent knowledge,
understand.
that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Do you recall if you called Christine's cell phone at 8:43 in the morning on Monday, December 2nd, which would have been about 15 minutes after school had started?
I can't recall exact time, but I would have called her earlier that morning, yes, when she didn't show up.
Well, let me do it the easy way for you, okay? It's 5 years ago, and I know you don't know the exact times. Were there multiple phone calls to Christine's phone?
I'm sure we made several calls, yeah.
And just so the record's clear, you personally made calls, and when you say "we," is that referring to your assistant?
Correct.
Okay, and what's your assistant's name?
Michelle Martin.
Michelle?
Michelle Martin?
Michelle Martin, right. Okay, thank you. Do you know whether or not you directed Michelle Martin to contact the Ansonia Police Department?
I don't recall.
That's fine. But you have a recollection of calling in the afternoon time frame to the Ansonia Police Department,
Absolutely.
right? And
Well,
that was, sorry.
at some point in time, whether it was afternoon or late morning, I'm not, again, the time, it eludes me at this point.
That's totally fine. I appreciate your candor. But certainly you have a recollection at some point during the course of the day, and it wasn't late in the evening.
No.
You had contacted the Ansonia Police Department and requested a record check. Is that correct?
A wellness check, yes.
A wellness check, correct? And was that at her residence at 6.5 Myrtle Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. And you asked them, could you please go? This is where our records indicate she resided.
Oh, I knew she resided there.
Okay.
Yes.
Had you been to 6.5 Myrtle?
Yes. Not inside, just driving by,
Just driving by.
right before she actually moved in.
Right before she moved in. Okay, well, that was nice of you to go ahead and do that. So you called the Ansonia Police Department, requested the wellness check, and did they contact you back after that?
Yes, I asked them if they could call me back.
And did they do that?
They did.
That's great. Okay. But you didn't go up to 6.5 Myrtle on Monday, December 2nd, 2019.
No.
Thank you very much for your time. I have no other questions.
Thank you, Attorney Gavin. Attorney Stein, any redirect?
No further questions.
All right, thank you. You're all set.
Thank you.
Discharged from your witness oath. I think this is a good time to take the morning break for the jury. Let the jury stand. I'll give everyone a break. Court is going to stand in recess for 15 minutes. To call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Just before I do that, though, I will inform the court. The next witness is going to be Officer Paul Smith. I've informed Attorney Gavin that the next logical witness would be Officer Christine Kelly, who is out of state and is returning sometime later tonight and will be available for testimony tomorrow. So I will be calling Officer Kelly in the morning. And to that extent, some of this information is obviously going to be dependent on his subsequent testimony.
Attorney Gavin, did you need to be heard on any of that?
I'm sure that Attorney Stein will tie it all together. I have no objection to the manner in which the witness is called.
All right, so we'll go ahead and take the witness out of order and we'll deal with any relevancy issues as they rise.
Thank you, Your Your Honor.
Go ahead.
State would call Officer Paul Smith.
Well, we need to grab the jury first. Madam Clerk? Thank you. I'm just going to ask you to stop there for a moment. We're just going to bring the jury in, okay? Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you. All right, counsel, if you would stipulate, please, to the return of all jurors.
So stipulated.
All right, thank you so much. All right, if the state would call its next witness.
Officer Paul Smith.
Thank you. Come on up. So I am going to ask you to enter the witness box, and please remain standing. Madam Clerk is going to place you under oath. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? Please state your full name, spell your last name, and state your badge number for the record, please.
Officer Paul Smith, SMITH, badge number 39.
Okay, thank you.
You may be seated. Thank you.
2 minutes till good afternoon, but it's still morning, I guess. So good morning, Officer Smith. First of all, that microphone in front of you does a poor job amplifying. It's more for the recordings that are going on. So if I can ask you to remember to keep your voice up and to project out so that we can all hear you here.
Absolutely.
So first of all, who are you employed by?
I'm employed by the Ansonia Police Department.
How long have you been a member of the Ansonia Police Department?
I've been a member of the Ansonia Police Department for 18 years.
And can you tell us a little bit about your background, your training, and your experience as an Ansonia police officer?
I was hired by the Ansonia Police Department in 2017. I completed and graduated from the Connecticut Police Academy in 2007. I worked patrol for about 7.5 years, at which time I became the canine handler for Ansonia Police Department. I did that job from 2015 to the end of 2024. I am trained in patrol and narcotics and handling of the canine. I went to a 13-month training with the dog for that.
All right. So, first of all, would you like some water? Do you need
Sure, please.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify. I believe you said you were a police officer for 17 or 18 years?
18 years, I'm sorry, yes.
And I'm not great at math, which is why I became a lawyer, but
I know.
You started to say you became a cop in 2017.
No, 2007, I'm sorry. I had the 2007.
2007.
Correct. I finished the academy in 2007, where I went on patrol. And then in 2015, I got the role as a canine handler.
All right.
Sorry.
Have you ever testified before in court?
I have not.
Okay. Are you nervous?
Of course.
Okay. All right. So, question by question, with regard to, I'm going to ask you about Monday, December the 2nd of 2019. Were you employed by the Ansonia Police Department on that date?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall whether you were working as an Ansonia police officer on Monday, December 2nd of 2019?
Yes, I was.
And what was your assignment on that date?
I was East Side Patrol that evening.
And can you explain just generally what does being on the East Side Patrol, what does that mean?
We have 4 different sectors in our city. We have North End Patrol, which covers the North End section. We have West Side Patrol, which is the West Side section, which is anything west of the Naugatuck River. We have East Side Patrol, which is opposite of North, and then we have a Hilltop section, which is the hill section of our city.
And as a patrol officer, can you tell us a little bit about what your responsibilities are as a patrol officer?
Our responsibilities are to service calls as they come in, so be proactive as much as we can, going out and seeing to stop any crimes that are happening, or to interact with the public, or to be reactive if a complaint comes in, to service that complaint.
I want to call your attention well, first of all, when you came on duty that day, what time did you come on duty approximately?
On that day, my patrol is from 4 o'clock, 4 p.m., so 1600.
Okay, so 4 p.m. Monday afternoon, and what time would you have concluded your shift?
2300, which would be 11 p.m.
Okay, so 4 to 11 Monday, December the 2nd of 2019.
Correct.
At approximately 7:36 in the evening, do you recall receiving some type of an assignment?
Yes, I do.
And what was the nature of that assignment?
It was to do a follow-up on a welfare check from a earlier call that we had in the day.
Okay. And when you received that assignment, where were you?
When I received that assignment, I was on the road, and I made my way into the police department to service that call.
I need you to keep your voice up, all right?
Yep.
So we can all hear you. So did you report back to the Ansonia Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And did you familiarize yourself with any of the information regarding the earlier call that you talked about?
Yes, I did.
And how did you familiarize yourself?
I have the ability to go on our CAD system and look what the earlier call was to the same residence that my call was for.
And what were you able to determine about the earlier call?
I was able to determine that the earlier call was for a welfare check on a female and her infant daughter at a residence at 6.5 Myrtle Ave, and that the officer went there and was unable to make any contact with anybody at the residence.
And do you recall the name of the person that the earlier officer was checking for?
Yes,
And what's the person's name?
Christine Holloway.
So, after familiarizing yourself with the earlier actions by the department, did you speak with anybody at the Ansonia Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Now, just not what they said, but can you tell me who you met with at the Ansonia Police Department?
I met with a Stephen Holloway and a Jody Jacobellis.
And did they generally indicate that they were family members?
Yes, they did.
Did you take an interview from them at that time?
Yes, I did.
And in the course of an interview, were you able to retrieve contact information for Christine Holloway?
Yes, I was.
Did you obtain any other contact information?
Yes, I did.
What other contact information did you obtain?
I obtained contact information for Jose Morales, which was Christine Holloway's boyfriend.
After obtaining those two telephone numbers, can you tell us approximately what time it was by the time you had those telephone numbers?
It was approximately 8:19 p.m.
And are you aware of approximately what time the earlier welfare check cleared 6.5 Myrtle Ave?
Yes, I am.
And approximately what time had the earlier welfare check cleared?
12:45.
So this is it fair to say this is in excess of 8 hours after that earlier welfare check?
Yes.
Now that you had these telephone numbers, what steps, if any, did you take?
At first, I called the number that was provided to me for Christine Holloway's phone, and after one ring, it went straight to voicemail as if it were off or being ignored.
And when you placed that call, how did you place that call? Meaning, was it a cell phone call or some other type of phone?
It was on our department landline.
So is there a place that officers have an opportunity to use landline telephones?
Yes, there is,
Where is that?
in our patrol room.
And after you made the initial call to Ms. Holloway's phone, did you take any further action?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do?
I dialed the number on a landline to Jose Morales' phone that was provided to me.
And when you made that call, was it again from that same patrol room area?
Yes, it was.
And was it on a landline phone?
Yes, it was.
When you made the call, was there anybody else present with you at the time that you made the call?
Yes, there was.
Who?
Sergeant Barrera.
Who was Sergeant Barrera?
Sergeant Barrera was my supervisor for the evening. My patrol supervisor.
I'm sorry?
Patrol supervisor for
Patrol
the evening.
supervisor.
Yep.
And for the record, is Barrera spelled B-A-R-R-E-I-R-A?
Yes, it is.
So now, when you made the call, were you able to, did someone answer that call?
Yes.
And do you recall when the person that answered the call, was it a male or a female?
The person that answered the call was a female.
And did you make a request to that person?
Yes, I did.
What did you request?
I requested to speak with Jose Morales.
And did there come a point in time that someone came on the phone?
Yes, there was.
And did you, what did you ask that person?
I asked that person if I addressed that person as Jose, and he stated yes.
Did you ask this person about the relationship that he may have had to Christine Holloway?
Objection, Your Honor. This entire colloquy calls for hearsay responses from somebody on the other end of a phone call.
Okay, so I don't know if we've laid the proper foundation yet. I can just,
It's a statement of the accuser.
okay. So Attorney Gavin, it's my understanding that the state is arguing that this is a statement from Jose Morales. These are statements made by Jose Morales. Do you have any?
Well, a few.
Okay. Do you wish to be heard outside the presence of the jury?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
It's okay. There's not an admission against penal interest that would apply here as an exception to the hearsay rule. Number two, the best evidence is this was recorded from the Ansonia Police Department landline. It's contained within their records. So basically what we're asking this officer to do is to go ahead and recollect a conversation from 5 years ago when it's not the best evidence to go ahead and do so. It's rote hearsay. The fact that somebody on the other end of the phone says that he's Jose, he doesn't know that. There's no foundation whatsoever that he knew who Mr. Morales was. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, before I am going to hear from the state, I want to excuse the jury because I have a few comments that I'd like to make as well. So, Madam Clerk, I am going to ask the jury to step out, okay? I did indicate to you that this would happen. If you would leave your notebooks behind, I would appreciate it. No. So I will hear from the state, but before I do that, and I'll just note for the record that the jury is not here. Attorney Gavin, I'm hearing from you sort of two separate things, hearsay and now foundation, okay? It was my understanding that we weren't going to have many foundational issues, so I just want to make sure that I'm clear. Are you contesting the foundation of the phone call? Are you contesting that it was Jose Morales who was actually on the other end of the line, or are you going with hearsay because that would be an admission by party opponent? So I'm just wondering where you stand in terms of your objection.
All of those. It's not an admission by a party opponent at that juncture, Your Honor. Certainly this officer, I believe, I don't know, I just met him, I believe had no familiarity with who Jose Morales was. He was given a phone number and he made a phone call. And you heard from the testimony that a woman answered the phone as well. So I think that it's inappropriate for the state to go ahead and question this officer in regard to what the unidentified person on the other end of the phone says. I think that's rote hearsay. Thank you.
Okay, so again, you're claiming hearsay, but I also hear that you're claiming foundation. If your argument is that there is a lack of foundation, that the person on the other end of the phone was in fact the defendant, that's one thing.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so I will hear the state on that. As far as hearsay, I won't even get there until I get the foundation on the identification of the person on the other side. Attorney Stein?
Yes, Your Honor. So far as foundation is concerned, the officers testified that the telephone numbers were provided to him by family members who had indicated that this number belonged to Christine Holloway's boyfriend, Jose Morales. To that extent, then, the questions that the Officer Smith and then subsequently Sergeant Herrera, who participated in the telephone call, beyond asking him, is this Jose, where he answers in the affirmative, then there is a series of questions that are extremely detailed and personal to the relationship involving Christine Holloway, Vanessa Morales, Jose Morales, and all those matters where any reasonable inference can be drawn that this is Jose Morales, the boyfriend of Christine Holloway, and so I would claim that the foundation is based in the call itself.
All right, so Attorney Gavin, I am going to ask for a proffer, in other words, a colloquy between the state and the witness to develop and lay that foundation outside of the jury's presence. If you continue with your objection, if you'd like to withdraw your objection, you can do that as well. I'm sure you're familiar with the contents of that alleged phone call. How do you wish to proceed?
How
do you wish to proceed? Are you sticking with your objection?
I'm sticking with the objection, but Judge, here's my issue. If this gentleman is going to be asked, what did the respondent on the phone call say? That is A, without foundation, B, hearsay, and certainly not the best evidence, not a recollection from 5 years ago. So if the intention is, I made a phone call, somebody identified themselves as Jose, and this is what I did as a consequence of that, I think that's completely permissible. But not to go ahead and go through a rote recitation of a conversation as he recalls it from 5 years ago.
I certainly appreciate Attorney Gavin trying to steer me towards the best evidence, and in time, I believe that the tape will come in, but I do not believe that I'm precluded from asking preliminary questions to otherwise alert the triers of fact to what they should be listening for in a conversation that takes several minutes. So I do not believe that I'm precluded from doing that.
All right, so I'll hear your exception to the hearsay after you lay the proper foundation outside of the jury with this witness, so as to not prejudice the witness. Why don't you go ahead, Attorney Stein?
Officer Smith, in the course of the telephone call, did you ask the male speaker, well, withdrawn, when the person that answered the phone was a female voice?
Correct.
Did you ask to speak with Jose?
Yes, I did.
In a short period of time, did a male voice come on the phone?
Yes.
Did you ask them if this was Jose?
Yes, I did.
And did the person respond?
Yes, they did.
And what did they say?
They said yes.
At some point in time in the conversation, did you bring up the names Stephen Holloway, Jody Jacobellis, and Christine Holloway?
Yes, I did.
And did the person on the other end of the phone indicate that he knew who those people were?
Yes.
During the course of the telephone conversation, did you bring up, or Sergeant Barrera bring up, a child by the name of Vanessa?
Yes.
And asking if he was the father of Vanessa?
Yes.
Did you ask this individual, and did the individual respond to those questions?
Yes.
And what was his answer?
His girlfriend and his daughter.
Did you ask him about his interactions with them, such as when he last saw them and where he last saw them?
Yes.
Did you ask him about locations such as Myrtle Avenue in the city of Ansonia?
Yes.
Did he indicate that he was familiar with Myrtle Avenue in Ansonia?
Yes.
At any point in time in the course of the conversation that you had with this individual, was there any indication that this individual did not seem to know what you were talking about?
No.
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, that's fine. I'll sustain the objection, but are you done, Attorney Stein?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Attorney Gavin, did you want to ask any questions?
Nothing to add, Your Honor.
All right, so relative to all the facts that this particular witness testified to in response to those questions, which appear to be personal in nature and allude to the knowledge of certain family members, including the daughter, in conjunction with the fact that this phone number was provided by a family member to the police department, and that this number was answered, and that the individual not only had facts indicative of knowledge of personal information concerning family matters, the person also identified himself as, yes, this is Jose. The court will go ahead and find that the proper foundation has been established regarding the person on the other phone as being that of the defendant. Additionally, this is a statement. These are statements that were made by a party opponent, and they fit within the hearsay exception. So I would be inclined to allow the continued questioning relative to this particular conversation. I did consider your best evidence rule argument, Attorney Gavin, but in weighing that this is an officer who was investigating a matter at that point in time, he's testifying based off of his own recollection as to statements made to him by the defendant, and any inconsistencies or et cetera with that recollection can be raised on cross-examination, and you, in fact, could perhaps utilize that recorded phone call at the appropriate time to do that. So, or raise those inconsistencies with that recorded phone call if and when it is entered into evidence. Is there anything further?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Nothing else? All right, we'll bring the jury back in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. Before we continue, ladies and gentlemen, you heard an objection. I did ask you to leave for the reasons I indicated in my earlier instructions to you when we first started this trial. I will note that the objection's been overruled. However, I do want to remind you before we proceed that it is the attorney's job to make objections, and that you are not to hold it against any attorneys or either party when the attorneys do, in fact, make these objections. All right, so you will hear the answer to the question. Thank you.
Stipulate to the presence of the jury, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court will note all jurors are here.
May I continue, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Officer Smith, just before the short break there, I was asking you questions with regard to the telephone call. So backing up, you placed a telephone call to a number that had been provided to you. Is that where we left off?
Correct.
And who did you ask for?
Jose Morales.
And did a person come on the phone and a male voice come on the phone?
Yes.
And did that person when you asked if this was Jose or Jose Morales, what was their response?
Objection to the form of the question. He's testified that he asked for Jose. There's been no evidence introduced that he asked for Jose Morales.
Okay, so I'll sustain the objection. I believe that that was a prior question, but perhaps we could just ask the question again and not characterize the question as prior testimony so that we can avoid a review of the record.
Who did you ask for?
Jose.
And did there come a point in time that a male voice appeared on the phone?
Yes.
And is that the person you asked, or who did you? When the male voice came on the phone, what did you ask the male voice?
I addressed him as Jose, and he said yes.
And did you begin to ask him questions with regard to the investigation that you were conducting?
Yes.
And was Sergeant Pereira present while you were asking these questions?
Yes.
Did you ask him about Christine Holloway?
Yes.
Do you recall what his response was?
Same objection.
So noted.
Do you recall what his response was?
Yes.
And what was his response?
That it was his girlfriend.
You need to keep your voice up, please.
Sorry.
Judge, we cannot hear the
All right, so I'm just going to ask
Yep,
you,
yep.
please keep your voice up. Yes, if you move a little closer to the microphone. Thank you. Thank you.
Is it fair to say you asked him any questions during this interview?
Yes.
Did you ask him when he last saw Christine Holloway?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustained.
What other questions did you ask Mr. Morales on the phone?
When's the last time you spoke to them? When's the last time you saw them?
Okay, and what was his response to that?
He stated that he saw them this morning prior to Christine Holloway going to work.
Okay. Now, when you say this morning, what day are we referring to?
The morning of December 2nd.
Did you ask anything about any automobiles?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask?
I asked what kind of automobile she had.
And what was his response?
He said that she had a 2002 Mazda Protege color gold.
And at that point in time, did you ask him about any other cars?
Yes, I did.
And why did you ask about another car?
Because I had a DMV collect printout of cars registered to Christine Holloway, and a gold 2002 Mazda Protege was not on there.
What did Christine Holloway have a car registered to her?
She did.
What kind of car was it?
A 2017 black Ford Focus.
Did there come a point, did Sergeant Pereira ask any questions?
Yes, he did.
And again, was this while you were present?
Yes.
And based upon a question that Sergeant Pereira asked, did Mr. Morales, did anything happen with regard to Mr. Morales' answer?
Yes.
And what occurred?
He changed his answer from seeing her to only speaking with her on the phone.
So take us through that moment. What is it that you recall that happened, the question and the answer?
Sergeant Pereira asked what.
Sustained.
Based upon what he asked, what was the response from Mr. Morales?
That he only spoke with her this morning, and that he stayed at his house in New Haven and she stayed at her house in Ansonia.
And did you ask any follow-up questions at that point?
Yes.
And what did you ask?
I asked him if it appeared odd that he hasn't spoken with her, that she has had no contact with him. I asked him, when's the last time you saw her, or when's the last time you spoke with her?
And let me ask you this. At the time of this telephone conversation, were you wearing a body camera?
Yes, I was.
And can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a body camera is?
A body camera is a body-worn camera that we wear on patrol for any interaction that we have with the public, whether it be during a phone call or personal interaction. It's constantly buffering, so it's always recording until when we press the button on the middle of our chest is normally where we wear it. It starts to record the interaction that we're having with anybody we're speaking with.
And at the time that you engaged in this telephone conversation with the person who identified themselves as Jose, did you activate your body-worn camera?
Yes, I did.
Prior to coming into court today, had you had an opportunity to review the body-worn camera connected to that telephone conversation?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked States 3 for identification. Can you tell me whether you recognize what this appears to be?
It's a DVD that has my name on it for my body cam, signed by me.
Okay. And on this DVD, do you see any markings that you made on it?
Yes, I do.
What do you see?
My initials and my badge number.
And when did you make those markings?
After I viewed this.
And
sorry,
when
Your Honor,
you view,
You can't hear?
After I viewed that.
After I,
After
I viewed the video.
I'm just going to ask if you could, sir, if you could pretend that you're speaking to that exit sign back there.
Okay.
It's very difficult
Absolutely.
for other people to hear. There's
Okay.
a large fan in the ceiling, so I just want to make sure that everyone
Absolutely.
can hear your responses. Thank you.
and at the time that you viewed it and made your mark on this DVD, was it a fair and accurate representation of the telephone call that you had with the person known as Jose on 12/2/2019?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to offer it at this point, Your Honor.
Right?
I have no objection.
Okay, with no objection, state will accept into evidence state's exhibit, is that 3? Right?
Yes,
Full?
please.
All right, 3 full. Thank you.
We're going to be stopping this about 30 seconds into it, Your Honor, just for further explanation.
Okay. Thank you.
And it should be playing on the monitors. Yeah, it's full. All right, so now there was approximately 30 seconds there, and we can see on the video that your hand went up and pushed the button. What did we just see there?
So our cameras are constantly buffering, so that they're always recording, no matter what, if we don't push the button or not. So what we do when we push the button, it still records the previous 30 seconds. So that's what you're seeing there. And then when I hit the button, that's when it actually comes on.
So there was no volume in that first 30 seconds.
There is no volume for the first 30 seconds when it's buffering, no.
So now, looking at this, first of all, just from this frame where we've stopped it, does this appear to be your body camera from December of 2019?
Yes.
I'm going to make my way around here without tripping over the wires. And just, can you sort of acclimate, first of all, to some of what we're seeing here? At the bottom, So at the bottom here, it says Axon Body 2. What does that mean?
That's the second generation of Axon's body-worn camera.
So is that the manufacturer?
Yes, it is.
And there's a series of numbers, it's letters and numbers, starts with an X and ends in a 4 here. Can you tell us what that is?
That's the imprinted serial number that's on the body-worn camera.
Is that specific to this body-worn camera?
Yes, it is.
So if a different officer has a body-worn camera, would that number be different assigned to that camera?
Yes, it would be.
Then up here, we have 2019-12-03. What is that?
That is the time and date in UTC time.
All right, so first of all, is it fair to say, is this December and does it say 3rd, 2019?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And you said something about UTC. I'll come back to that in a second. But then I see, is this T for time?
I guess.
And then it says 01:20:00. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, earlier you said that this was occurring on December the 2nd of 2019 at approximately 8:20. Are you able to explain sort of what the difference is? What are we talking about? Why does this not say December 2nd, 2019 at 8:20?
Because it's in UTC time.
And can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit about what UTC time means?
So UTC time is the standard time system that controls clocks. It's like the world clock, like Greenwich Mean Time. So in Connecticut, we're 5 hours behind. We're negative 5 hours. So, for example, would you like me to provide an example?
Please.
For example, it's used between military, law enforcement, and businesses that have to conduct business over multiple time zones. So it's easy to coordinate. It's a coordination. So let's say I had a conference call and I wanted to have it with colleagues in London and in China. All right. I would send an email that said, I want to have it 10 o'clock UTC time. So I would know that I'm 5 hours behind. So I would be at 5 a.m. London would know they're 1 hour ahead. So they would be at 11 a.m. And in China, they know that they're 8 hours ahead of UTC. So they would be at 6 p.m.
So, in other words, this UTC stamp here, based on your training and experience, what time is this effectively Eastern Standard Time?
It would be 8:20 p.m. the day prior, so it would be 12/2/2019.
So if this is effectively saying December the 3rd at 1 o'clock in the morning, 1:20 in the morning, if you back out 5 hours, the date would have become December 2nd, and it would be 8:20.
Correct.
Are you aware that since this time frame in 2019, have they abandoned this methodology today?
Yes, they have.
Sounds like for good cause too.
Yes.
So now, you indicated that this, can you acclimate us, first of all, what are we seeing here?
You seeing my the landline phone that I was using to make the phone call, a computer screen in patrol, and the hands of myself.
Okay. So these are your hands here?
Yes, they are.
And where is your body-worn camera?
My body-worn camera is on my upper lapel or chest area.
And at any point in time, will anybody else be visible in this body-worn camera?
Yes. Visible?
Visible.
I believe so.
Okay. And who else?
Yes.
Who else will be visible there?
Sergeant Barrera.
All right.
Hello, Jose. Yeah. How you doing? This is Officer Smith from Ansonia Police.
All right.
Hey,
Is that too loud, Your Honor?
I am fine
Or
with it.
Everyone good? Okay.
How's the court reporter with it?
Fine, Your Honor.
You're welcome. We're all set.
Thank you. Yes.
I have a girl here that's saying that she's the sister of Christina Holloway.
All right.
Is that Christina your girlfriend?
Yeah.
Okay. She's saying that she couldn't contact her all day today. She said that she talked to you today, and that you said you saw her leave this morning.
I saw her leave early in the morning to go to work. That's about it.
Who was she with when she left?
2423.
Is that your baby as well?
Yes.
Okay. What does she drive?
Mazda Protege 2002.
2002 Mazda Protege. What color is it?
It's gold.
Gold.
Yeah.
Do you know who it's registered to?
It's registered to her.
Who has the Ford Fusion? Do you know? Or the Ford Focus?
No, I don't know.
Does she have another car, a black car?
No, not that I know.
Nothing you know of. Do you have a key to her house?
No, I don't.
Do you know who her landlord is?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. Did you talk to them at all today?
To whom?
Your Christina or your daughter?
I did first thing in the morning, early before she went to work.
What time did you talk to them? Six or seven?
Okay, this is Sergeant Barrera. I have a couple of questions myself. Is this seem odd to you that you haven't been able to talk to her all day today?
Why would you do that?
Because nobody could get a hold of her, she didn't show up at work, and she has your 1-year-old child with her?
Well, she usually goes to the, she's probably the Columbia.
I'm sorry?
The Columbia. She's still at the weekend.
Yeah, no, we checked there too, she's not there. No text message at all between the two of you today?
I tried calling her a couple of times, but she hasn't answered. I tried calling her. I still wanted to give her some answer. It went straight to voicemail.
Almost like the phone's off?
Yeah, it went to voicemail.
Alright, so, she left early this morning from your house, so what time did you guys, show up at your house last night?
No, it's not my house. I live in Haven.
Right, New Haven, she slept there last night, correct?
No. She slept at her house.
Oh, okay, then you guys both left her house together this morning?
No, I talked to her.
Okay, so you talked to her this morning
Yes.
at 7 o'clock when she was leaving for work.
Yes.
When's the last time you saw her then?
Friday.
Friday. Where was she when you saw her?
At my house.
At your house, okay.
Alright, so when you spoke to her at 7 o'clock this morning, what was the conversation in regards to?
How you doing? How's it going? I'm ready to get away. She said, yeah.
Nothing about what she had to do all day today?
Do you know if your daughter had school today? Does your daughter go to school, or like any kind of preschool or kindergarten or anything like that?
She gonna take care of her.
Daycare. She goes to the daycare that she works at.
Yes.
Do you know if they were open today?
I believe so.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. So we're trying to find her because like everybody's concerned because they haven't talked to her. We're more concerned about your daughter. Your daughter. How old's your daughter?
She's 1 year old.
What's her birthday?
I don't know. I knew about it. Some kids in New Haven.
Okay. What's your birthday, Jose?
Mine?
Yeah.
So 1976.
11/12/76.
Yeah. September September 7th.
Se-
Her birthday.
Okay, September 7th. Okay. Do you know?
The baby.
Okay. All right. You don't know if, like, Christina has any, like, medical problems or any kind of, like, substance abuse problems, like alcohol or drugs or anything like that, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware of?
A little bit of drink sometime this night.
Okay. All right. So we're going to try to find her. If we need to be in contact with you, can I reach you at this same number?
Yes. 213-467-5169.
Okay. 223. And do you know of any friends that she would be hanging out with, or anybody else? Like, I don't know, like somebody that she wouldn't want anybody to know she was with, or anything of that. You know what I mean? Like, is there anybody else, like, where she would go? I know you said the church, but we checked that place and she's not. Where's that church?
It's in Bridgeport somewhere. It's in Bridgeport. That's what I know.
Okay. And you don't know, like, does she have any friends?
She does, but I'm not really, I don't really know them like that.
I know. Do you know their names at least? Maybe I can try to find out who they are.
I don't tell my head. I have no idea.
Okay. All right. Hold on 1 second. Let me just go.
I key for me told you that she's driving a Mazda. If he wasn't with her, how does he know she's driving a Mazda? Jose,
Yes.
you said she was driving a Mazda, correct?
Yes.
But if you didn't see her today, how do we know she's driving a Mazda?
I didn't see her. I know she has a Mazda.
Okay, what other car does she have?
I don't know about the car. I know she has a Mazda 2002 product.
Color gold.
All right, just do us a favor. If you hear from her, if you could try contacting her, if you get a hold of her, just call us back.
What number? The number, the phone ID number?
Yeah.
735-1885 would work.
Let me write that down. I said 203,
Yep.
Yes.
203.
735-1885.
Got you.
Yeah. Try to get a hold of her too, in any way that you can, or any way that you know of.
What's the name to this number?
It's going to be Ansonia Police Department.
All right, I will.
Does she have? Do you know if she has a Facebook account?
She does. Christine Holloway.
Okay. Did you see if she posted anything today?
No, I haven't looked.
All right. All right. So, do you normally talk to her at night, like around now?
9:30.
Like 9:30 to say goodnight to your daughter?
Yeah.
All right.
Send it back to her.
All right. Well, if she calls you at 9:30 for some reason, give us a call, or tell her to give us a call, or her sister a call, so that we can, locate her, especially your daughter. We're really worried about your daughter.
Okay. Will do.
All right, sir.
All right. That's enough.
All right. Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too. Bye bye.
Attorney, will you submit to the clerk?
Thank you.
Now, Officer Smith, when the phone call concluded, what, if anything, did you do next?
I went back out into our lobby to follow up with Stephen and Jody, who are still waiting there for me to give them some update. And I went out there and told them what I knew.
And were you aware, was Sergeant Burr, did he stay with you?
He left and went to go to 6.5 Myrtle Ave to assist the officers that were going down there to try to make contact again.
And did there come a point in time that you finished whatever conversations you were having at Ansonia, and did you make your way to 6.5 Myrtle?
Yes, I did. I finished the conversation when I updated them with what I had at that time, and then I made my way down to 6.5 Myrtle to assist.
Thanks, I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Gavin, Attorney Cross.
Hi, officer. How you doing? So, you went to work at about 3 o'clock, so you were on the midday shift from 3 to 11, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you told us that, were you out on patrol and called to the PD to go ahead and talk to Jody Jacobellis and Stephen Holloway?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you get called in and you didn't know these people at all, correct?
No, I did not.
Right, okay, and they basically filed a missing persons report, is that fair?
At that point, yes.
Yeah, okay, great. And after you had received the missing persons report, did you contact Sergeant Barrera, or was he already there with you?
Usually when I take a call of that nature, I'll go inside. If he was already inside, I'll go into his office and give him an update of what is going on.
Okay. So Barrera was there.
Correct.
I know that you just finished testifying that Barrera had left at some point. I'll follow up.
Correct.
But when you were called in off the road, you went in, you talked to the people in the lobby, and then you went in, and was Barrera's position at that point, was he the patrol supervisor?
Correct.
Right, so he would have been your direct report.
Correct.
Okay, I got you. All right. So you, when you went into the lobby and you spoke to them, and then you went inside and you reported to Barrera, is that when you made the phone call that was just reflected in the body cam?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And Barrera was with you at that point, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then there came a point that after the phone call, you went back outside and you spoke to Jody Jacobellis, correct?
Yes.
And Stephen Holloway.
Correct.
And who is Jody Jacobellis?
At that time, I believe she was a family member, is what she told me.
Okay.
A girlfriend of Stephen.
Right.
I don't recall it, right, like exactly her.
Let me see if I can help you out, okay? Stephen Holloway is
I know.
Christine Holloway's brother.
Correct, I know that.
Okay, so we're good there. And Jody Jacobellis was Stephen's girlfriend. Is that consistent with your recollection?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, so after you had the phone call that we just saw, right, that was recorded on your camera, is that when Barrera left and went to 6.5 Myrtle?
After the phone call was finished?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And did you then go back out to the lobby to talk to Jody Jacobellis and Stephen based on what you learned in that phone call?
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right. And then did you stay at the Ansonia PD at that point?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you go and ask Jody Jacobellis and Stephen Holloway to wait at the lobby there?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And eventually, I know that you testified that you went to 6.5 Myrtle. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
All right. And did you go back into the lobby and tell them that you were going over to 6.5 Myrtle, or were they gone by then?
I never had contact with them after that.
After you asked them to wait, they left. You never had any contact with them.
I'm not sure if they left or if they stayed. I don't know. I never came back into the police department.
I just want to be clear here. I'm talking about before you went to 6.5 Myrtle, right? You asked them to stay,
Yes.
and you never had any contact with them.
Oh no! After the phone call, I was able to. I made contact with them in the lobby
Right.
again.
Yep, that's the second
Yes.
time, right? And,
Yes.
And then you told us that before you left to go to 6.5 Myrtle, you asked them for them to stay in the lobby. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yes.
And you never had contact with them after that at any point.
Correct.
Okay, good, gotcha. And then you went over to 6.5 Myrtle,
Correct.
right? And Sergeant Barrera, I take it, would have made his way to 6.5 Myrtle before you got there.
Yes.
So when you arrived, he was already there,
Correct.
and he was there with another officer, correct?
Yes, he was.
And that's Officer Nelson, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and did you see them at that point?
I saw them on the exterior of the residence.
Okay, great. So you spoke to them. Did you do a neighborhood canvass late in the evening there on Monday, December 2nd, 2019?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and just tell us, what did you do when you got there?
I arrived on scene. I spoke with Sergeant Barrera, who updated me on on things that he located, and he then told me to conduct a neighborhood canvass of the neighbors that are there, to speak with them to see if they had seen Christine, the baby, or Jose that day.
Okay. And can you tell us what the weather conditions were like when you got there?
It was snowing, and we had several inches of snow on the ground.
Okay. And then when you say neighborhood canvass, was that you going up and down the side streets and Myrtle Avenue to see if there were any neighbors that were there?
Yes, we'd go door to door, knock on the door, hope for someone to come to the door so that we could speak with them to see if they had seen, heard, or know anything about the people whom we are looking for.
Were you aware when you conducted the canvass that the body of Christine Holloway was found in the residence of 6½ Myrtle?
Yes, I was.
Okay. I have no other questions. Thank you, Ron. Thank you, officer.
Attorney Stein, any redraft?
Yes, Your Honor, just one brief
You may
question.
proceed.
During this canvass, Officer Smith, in addition to asking the questions that you were asked, did you ask anything about cameras, ring cameras, or any other surveillance systems that people in the neighborhood might have had?
Yes, I did.
Is that part of the standard questions that you would be asking, or other officers would be asking when you're doing a canvass such as this?
Yes, it is.
And if the people have cameras, is that something that you would ultimately record in a report
Yes.
for follow-up by some other officer?
Yes.
No other questions. Thank you,
All right,
Ron.
very good. Thank you. All right, thank you, officer. You're all set. Please watch your step as you exit. Please watch your step also across the floor. There are some wires there.
Thank you.
All right, so at this point in time, I'll just note it is 7 minutes to 1. We do take our lunch break between 1 and 2, so I think it's a good time to go ahead and take that lunch recess. I do want to remind the jurors that you are not to discuss this case with anyone, including each other. I will let you know when the appropriate time is to do that. You are going to please leave your notebooks on your seat with the pen. Enjoy your lunch. Please avoid anyone who tries to speak with you, but you can certainly leave the building for your lunch so long as you're back here for 2 o'clock. We do intend to get back on the record at 2 o'clock, okay? Should anyone try to speak with you or have any discussion with you or make any comments to you or show you anything, please turn your attention away and alert a marshal immediately, okay? Thank you very much. Court stands in recess until 2 p.m. Everyone, thank you. You may be seated. Are we all set to bring the jury in, counsel?
Yep. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Madam Clerk. You can be seated. Thank you. All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors after lunch.
Looks like we're missing one, Your Honor.
There she is. Want me to do a count?
Stipulate to the presence of the jury, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
15, looks good. Thank you so much. All right, is the state ready to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may.
Lieutenant Alexander Barrera.
Thank you. Good afternoon. If you would please step up into the witness box, remain standing. Madam Clerk is going to put you under oath. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear, solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your full name, spell your last name, and state your badge number for the record.
Alexander Barrera. It's Barrera. It's badge 43.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You may be seated. Sorry, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon.
Again, I'll reiterate as well, if you can pull yourself a little bit closer to that mic, and remember to keep your voice up so that everyone can hear you. First of all, who are you employed by?
The city of Ansonia
In what capacity?
as a patrol lieutenant.
Can you tell us how long have you been working for the, is it the City of Ansonia Police Department?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been working for them?
For 20 years.
And can you tell me a little bit about your background, your training, and your experience?
I was hired in 2004 by the Ansonia Police Department. In early 2005, I graduated the State Police Academy. I went on to do patrol work, where I was responsible for handling and investigating day-to-day calls for service, as well as proactive policing. While in the Ansonia Police Department, I was assigned to the DEA task force out of New Haven, and I was there for 3 years investigating narcotic cases, not only in Ansonia, but throughout the state. In 2015, I was promoted to patrol sergeant. My responsibilities there was to supervise and oversee the shifts. Last month, I was appointed to lieutenant.
Well, congratulations on your promotion.
Thank you.
Referring back to now the time frame of December of 2019, were you employed by the Ansonia Police Department in that time frame?
Yes, I was.
And specifically on December the 2nd of 2019, were you working on that Monday, December 2nd of 2019?
Yes, I was.
And at that time, what was your rank?
Patrol sergeant.
And can you tell me what shift you were working and what your assignment was that day?
Yes, I was working our evening shift, which was 3 p.m. to 11 p.m., and I was assigned as the shift supervisor.
Shortly before 8 p.m., did you have reason to come into contact with Officer Paul Smith?
Yes, I did.
And where did that occur?
In the patrol room at the police department.
Were you Officer Smith's supervisor that evening?
Yes, I was.
And did he make you aware of a matter that he was working on?
Yes, he did.
And what was he working on?
He informed me that he was working a missing person complaint pertaining to Christine Holloway and Vanessa Morales of 6.5 Myrtle Ave. He explained to me that Christina did not go to...
Objection, Your Honor, unresponsive.
Sustained.
Did, with regard to that investigation, are you aware with what he was tasked to do?
Yes, he was tasked to investigate a missing person complaint. He advised me that the party...
Well, not with regard to what you were told, but
Okay.
in terms of, did he obtain information in an attempt to investigate this complaint?
Yes, he advised me that the police department was out earlier conducting a welfare check.
All right, so we have to be careful with what other people said. So we're providing hearsay responses. I understand the objection, and I understand you're not asking for that as an answer. So if you could correct your witness.
So, Sergeant, with regard to getting past what he told you
Okay.
and getting into now, did you observe him taking steps with regard to his investigation?
Yes, Officer Smith was going to be attempting
Objection,
to...
Your Honor, it's a yes or no question, and he answered yes.
That is true. I will sustain the objection. I'll strike anything after yes. Thank you.
So you were aware of what he was going to do?
Yes, sir.
Did you observe him in his task?
Yes, I did.
What did you observe him do?
Officer Smith was placing a phone call via landline to Christine Holloway's boyfriend, who was Jose Morales, from a phone number that he retrieved from Christine Holloway's family.
And were you present when the phone call was being made?
Yes, I was.
At any point during the phone call that you were observing, did you interject or become involved in the conversation?
Yes, I did.
And did you ask questions?
I did.
Going to play for you part of States 3. It's a full exhibit starting at point 3 minutes and 16 seconds to 4 minutes and 4 seconds, a short clip of that interaction.
She left early this morning from your house, so what time did you guys show up at your house last night?
No, it's not my house. I live in New Haven.
No, right, in New Haven. She slept there last night, correct?
No, she slept at her house.
Oh, okay. Oh, then you guys both left her house together this morning.
No, I talked to her.
Okay, so you talked to her this morning
Yes.
at 7 o'clock when she was leaving for work.
Yes.
When's the last time you saw her then?
Was it Friday?
Friday. Where was she when you saw her?
At my house.
At your house, okay.
All right. So when you
So now, when you asked Mr. Morales, she slept there last night. Why did you ask him that?
Because early in that conversation, he had stated that he last saw her leave that morning with Vanessa for work.
And did you make any assumptions based on that statement?
Yes, I assumed that they were together, and I was trying to ascertain what time they got to the house that evening prior.
And at some point in time, did Mr. Morales change that earlier statement?
Yes, he did.
And what did he indicate to you?
He now indicated that he didn't see them on Monday morning, that in fact that he only spoke to them, and that the last time he did see them was on Friday.
When the conversation ended, what, if anything, did you do next?
At this point, I advised Officer Smith that I was going to be heading to 6.5 Myrtle Ave with Officer Nelson there. I wanted to see the residence for myself.
When did you make your way to 6.5 Myrtle Ave?
I did.
And can you describe the conditions at the time once you left the Ansonia Police Department?
That night it was actively snowing. It had snowed for several hours. When I arrived on scene, there was some accumulation of snow already.
When you arrived on the scene there, what observations did you make?
On the front door, we observed a note left behind by Christine Holloway's family asking her to contact them when she returned home. We also noticed that that there was 2 locks on the door, a deadbolt and a knob.
Well, let me ask you this. When you got to the scene, did you meet with Officer Nelson?
I did.
And was Officer Nelson there before or after you arrived?
Officer Nelson was there prior.
Okay. And did Officer Nelson point anything out to you upon your arrival?
He did. He pointed out a skylight that was left open to the front of the house.
And is it at that point in time that you approached the doorway to 6.5 Myrtle?
It is.
separate or? Your Honor, can I just have 1 second? I
Of
just
course.
want to make sure. Okay, 4, 6.5. 5, front door 6.5. 6, rear 6.5. 7, front door from left side. And 8, kicked in door panel, front door. Your Honor, I have no objection to any of these being admitted.
All right, so why don't we just please
So what you-
state what they are for purposes of the
States
record?
4 through 8, Your Honor. I'll have the witness identify them
Okay.
during his testimony.
So court will accept into, I'm assuming you're moving as full?
Yes,
There was
please.
no objection. Court will accept into evidence as full exhibits, states 4 through 8. Was that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and we'll get a description of them as we move forward with testimony. Thank you. They are photographs.
Lieutenant Barrera. Showing you what has been marked as State 4 as a full exhibit. Can you tell me, do you generally recognize what this is?
Yes, it's a photo of 6.5 Myrtle Ave taken from the street view.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate representation of how 6.5 Myrtle Avenue appeared to you when you arrived on scene on December 2nd of 2019?
For the most part, yes. There's more snow now than when I first arrived on scene.
Okay. So, can you tell me, Madam Reporter, you'll let me know if I'm off mic. First of all, what is this here in the foreground, the bottom part of the picture?
The street, Myrtle Ave?
Yes. That's Myrtle Ave?
Yes.
Okay. And this red building here, what building is that?
That is 6.5 Myrtle Ave.
All right. And what is this seeming to be a wood structure in the front of the building?
It's a ramp leading up to the front porch, which would be the front door area.
All right. Would this be the front entrance of the building?
Yes, it is.
So now, when you got on scene, did you approach that front door?
Yes, I did.
Showing you States 5 is a full exhibit. Can you tell me what you recognize that to be?
That is the front door of 6.5 Myrtle Ave.
All right. And is this a fair and accurate representation of how 6.5 Myrtle Ave looked on the evening that you arrived?
Yes, except the same caveat, there's more snow on the ground than when I first arrived, as well as the damage that I did to the door on the bottom right there.
So the damage, forgive me, I'm stepping in television camera cords with tape on it. You're referring to damage. Do you see the damage now that I've zoomed in on the shot?
Yes.
And can you describe with your words what you're talking about?
Yeah, the bottom right panel of that door was kicked out. That's the damage I'm referring to.
And who did that damage?
I did.
Am I correctly identifying with this point there what you're referencing?
Yes, you are.
Just let the record reflect that the prosecutor did point out the lower right.
Inside the
quadrant
screen door,
of
Your
the
Honor.
door. Inside the screen door. Thank you.
All right, so you indicated that you arrived on the scene. You mentioned something about a note. Where was the note that you found?
The note was on the front door.
And did you take the note down? Did you read the note?
The note was from the family. It was not read by myself. It was read by another officer.
Okay. Did you, with regard to the screen door that's present, did you attempt to open either one of those doors?
Yes, the screen door was open. It was unlocked, and I attempted to open the next door, which is the front door, but that handle was, that doorknob was locked.
How many locks did you say that you observed?
I observed two. I observed a doorknob with a key entry and a deadbolt with a key entry.
And after you tried the lock, the front door, and found it locked, what, if anything, did you do next?
I knocked on the door, yelled police department, and rang the doorbell, but no response.
And who were you with at that point in time?
Officer Nelson.
And did you instruct Officer Nelson to do anything?
Yes, at this point I instructed him to begin a neighborhood canvass to try to speak to neighbors.
And did he depart from you?
He did.
And when he departed, what, if anything, did you do next?
At this point I walked the perimeter of the residence trying to see if I could see inside any of the windows. I made my way down toward the back of the residence where I located that there's a 3-car garage underneath that residence.
Well, let's start with State's Exhibit 6. Do you recognize generally what this is?
Yes,
And what is this?
it's the right side of 6.5 Merle Ave taken from the street view.
So again, using the pointer, is this that same wooden walkway that was depicted in one of the earlier photos?
Yes, it is.
Is this the front door where...
Attorney Stein, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but we need to make an accurate record. If you
I will
could
do
just try to narrate the area of the photograph to which
Sure.
you are referring. Thank you.
I'm pointing to the upper left corner. There's a wooden railing type of structure. Is that the front porch area?
Yes, it is.
And again, just behind the wooden railing, again in the same upper left-hand portion of this photograph, is that the front door area that you had tried moments earlier?
Yes, it is.
Now, it appears from the photograph, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the property seems to slope away from the house.
Yes, it does.
So in order to get down here, did you have to go down some type of an incline?
Yes, some kind of embankment I had to walk down.
And when you went down this embankment, you are now what appears to be in the bottom right-hand corner. I see at least a door, 2 doors and a window and a brick structure. Did you determine what that is?
Yes, that was the 3-car garage portion of that building.
What's the picture? Picture of the garage. Where's the photos for today? Pack the photos. Today's packet. Just, can you get that? Just.
Showing you what has been marked as State 7. Full exhibit. tell me what you recognize this to be?
Yes, that's the left side of 6.5 Myrtle Ave, taken from the street.
All right, so are you, as the person who took the photograph, standing effectively out on the front on Myrtle Ave?
Yes, sir.
And would this be looking down the left side of the property from the street?
Yes, sir.
And with regard to this photograph, I believe you said that Officer Nelson made an observation with regard to a skylight?
He did.
And does this picture depict the area of the skylight?
It does.
And if I zoom in, it's a little grainy. Are you able to see the skylight? Right in here.
Yes.
Could you just identify for
Yes,
the
I will,
record?
Your Honor.
Thank you.
So I have zoomed in on State's Exhibit number 7, and in the sort of center of the left side of the photograph, there is a hatchway open with light coming out from inside that the officers identified as an open skylight into the 6.5 room.
All right. Counsel, could you do me a favor, please hand the exhibit to the witness? Since the court can't clearly see that, I'd like to have the witness pointed out to the court. Thank you.
It's right there.
If you could just hold that.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right there.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, counsel. I'll take that exhibit. Thank you.
You will.
Turning the exhibit to the clerk. Madam Clerk.
Your Honor, I've just asked the clerk to mark States 10. I don't believe there's an objection from the defense.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, could I just have some sort of an identification on 10?
Showing you,
Excuse me, that was 10? Did we miss 8 and 9?
I just want to make sure.
yeah,
So State's Exhibit 10, there was no objection to that, Attorney Gavin?
objection.
It's a photograph as well?
it is, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept into evidence, no objection, State's 10 photograph,
Just
thank
leave
you.
the space.
So now, Officers, Sergeant Barrera, I'm sorry, Lieutenant Barrera, are you able to identify what this is?
Yes.
And what do you recognize this to be?
Those are the 3-car garage that are located beneath 6.5 Myrtle Ave toward the rear of the property.
Okay. And so when you came down that, from the front of Myrtle Ave, down the slope, past the right side of the building, is this the, when you came around the back, would this be the back side of the property?
Yes, sir.
And then ultimately, if you continued around to the left side, would bring you back up to the area where the skylight picture was?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, with regard to how this property sits on Myrtle Avenue, the residential entryway faces Myrtle Ave. Is that my understanding?
Yes.
If I'm standing and looking at the front of the house here on Myrtle Avenue, is there a street off to my right?
Yes.
And what street is that?
Judson Place?
And looking at the front of Myrtle Ave and off to my left, is there a street over there?
Yes.
And what street is that?
West Street?
And now, if I were looking through the house back to this garage door area, is there a driveway associated with this garage door?
Yes, there is.
Where does that driveway exit onto?
Onto Cottage Ave?
So the house is addressed as Myrtle Ave, but you enter into the driveway off of Cottage?
Yes.
Now, with regard to when you walked around, did you make an observation with regard to this window that is above the center bay there?
I did.
And what observation did you make?
I observed that window to be open, and it appeared to be a bay window to the residence above the garage.
Okay. So, is it fair to say that the residential unit sits above the three-car garage below?
Yes.
And during your walk around the property, first of all, as you're coming down the right-hand side, there were several doors on that right-hand side as well as a window. Did you try those doors?
Yes.
Were you able to gain entry through any of those doors?
I was not.
Were they all locked and secured?
Yes, they were.
When you made your way around to the back side, all three of these garage doors, did you make any attempt? First of all, did you look into the garage?
I attempted to.
And were you able to?
I was not.
Why?
They were all blacked out.
So there was glass, but was it painted over?
It seemed like painted over.
And with regard to these garage doors, did you try to lift or try to open any of these doors?
I did.
And were they all secure?
They were.
And as you made your way then around the opposite side, were there any other doorways on the opposite side?
Not that I remember.
And did you discover, was there any way into 6.5 other than that front doorway that seemed to lead into this residential unit?
No.
Now, after you did this walk around, what happened next?
Officer Nelson returned from his neighborhood canvass and advised me he had just spoken to a neighbor who stated they saw.
Sustained.
When Officer Nelson came back, did he make you aware that he spoke to the neighbor?
He did.
Not what the neighbor said, but based upon what the neighbor said, what decision, if any, did you make?
Well, due to the conflicting information we received, we determined that we were going to have to force entry into that residence.
And did there come a point in time that you then forced entry into the premises?
I did.
Before doing forcing entry, did you advise Ansonia PD what you were going to be doing?
Yes, I radioed in and I advised them that I was going to be attempting to force entry.
Showing you what has been marked States 8 as a full exhibit. Do you generally recognize what this is?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize this to be?
That's the panel that I kicked out in the front door.
All right. So now, depicted in this photograph, which has a red door, there's a hole here in the bottom right-hand panel on the center portion of the screen. Is that what you referred to when you kicked out this panel?
Yes, it is.
And likewise, we see two brass-colored locks along the border of the red door, a doorknob type, and a deadbolt type. Did you try? Were those the locks that you had indicated you tried to open earlier on?
Yes, they are.
Now, when you kicked out this panel, why did you kick out that panel?
To try to conduct the least amount of damage to that door. This way I could have reached in and unlocked both those locks.
Okay. Before you kicked in the panel, did you do anything with alerting to people inside?
Yes, again, we yelled police department prior to doing that.
And did you receive any type of a response from the inside?
No, we did not.
After you kicked in this panel, what happened next?
I reached my arm in to attempt to unlock both locks. As I got to the deadbolt, I then realized it was a double-sided key lock, and unfortunately there was no key on the other side.
All right, so when you say a double-sided key lock, what does that mean?
The interior lock portion of the deadbolt looks just like that. Instead of having a bolt action to unlock it or to lock it, it's a key that is needed to be inside of that keyhole.
So first of all, referring to what would be the top of the two locks, is this the deadbolt that you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
And it appears that a key would fit into the front of that lock, does it not?
It does.
Is it your testimony that the inside of the lock looks substantially the same way, where a key would have to be fit into the top?
Yes.
Was there a key present there when you tried to unlock it?
There was not.
And after discovering that, what, if anything, happened next?
At this point, I could see that there was lights on inside that residence. Again, I yelled out, "Police department," and then began to kick the door until entry was made.
And were you able to make entry?
Yes, I was.
Prior to actually forcing that lock, did you and Officer Nelson take any action with regard to any protective gear?
Yes, we both put on rubber gloves prior to doing so.
And did you have the rubber gloves on when you ended up kicking the door?
Yes, we did.
Once you were inside, tell us what happened next.
Well, once we were inside, we realized it was a studio-style apartment with a open floor plan. It wasn't very big. It was essentially the same size as the three-car garage beneath. I proceeded to go in first. Officer Nelson followed behind. When I proceeded straight through, Officer Nelson went to my left. Directly on my right-hand side, I observed a crib and a rocking chair. When I shined my light inside that crib, I noticed there was no sheets or bedding on that crib. I proceeded to go into the living room, where I noticed the ceiling fan was left on and it was set at high. I continued into the bedroom of that residence and noticed again that bed had no sheets or blankets on it. At this point, Officer Nelson, I could hear yell something to the effect of "oh shit, oh fuck," and it was coming from the bathroom area. At this point, I immediately proceeded to the bathroom. When I walked into the bathroom, I noticed in the tub a pale, naked female body laying in there. Next to her was what appeared to be a human internal organ, now laying outside her body next to her in the tub. Her hands were also covered with what appeared to be dry blood.
Once you made that observation, did you give any instructions to Officer Nelson?
Officer Nelson and I both backed out of the bathroom. I advised him to continue to clear that residence and to look for the baby.
Did you and Officer Nelson continue to try to clear this apartment?
We did. We continued.
And did you make any observations while you were there?
Yes. In the living room, on the carpet next to the crib, was a large dry blood stain. It was very faint, almost like it appeared to have been recently washed.
Had you noticed it when you came in?
I did not.
Did you continue to look around the apartment for the child?
Yes, we did.
Were you able to find the child?
No, I was not.
When you ended up clearing the apartment, what further steps did you take after that?
Once we cleared it, I had Officer Nelson and I retreat from the residence to secure that crime scene.
And during this entry, were you wearing your department-issued body-worn camera?
Yes, I was.
Did you review it prior to coming in today?
Yes, I did.
Do you have the disc? I thought it gave.
You have it. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked States 9 for identification, can you tell me whether you recognize what this is?
Yes, it's a DVD copy of the body camera.
And prior to coming into court today, did you review this DVD body camera?
Yes, I did.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of the events that you just recently described?
Yes, it is.
And did you record any identifying information on this DVD to ensure that this is the DVD that you saw?
Yes, I did.
And what identifying information did you place on there?
I initialed it and placed my badge number on there.
Do you see your initials and your badge number on this disc?
Yes, I do.
I would offer this, Your Honor, states none.
No objection.
All right, with no objection, court will accept into evidence as full, states 9. Thank you.
See, I'm going to give you a quick breakdown, okay? Earlier today, we had a missing person, technically, just to try to make contact with that number 6.5 Myrtle Ave. They came out,
Sergeant, I feel compelled to ask you about this painful marking here. Right here. December 3rd, 2019 at 1:47. Your testimony earlier was that this occurred on December the 2nd at approximately 8:40 p.m. This seems to say December 3rd at 1:47 a.m. Are you able to account for that?
Yes.
And what's the reason that that is like that?
Because the body cameras that we have there, they run on UTC time, so it's 5 hours ahead. So we would have to minus the 5 hours.
All right. So if we back this off 5 hours, this would be about 8:47 p.m. on December 2nd of 2019?
Correct.
Okay. I'm sorry. Can we review that?
see, I'm going to give you a quick breakdown, okay? Earlier today, we had a missing person, technically, just to try to make contact with that number 6.5 Myrtle Ave. They came out, they said no car was in the driveway, no car was here. Yeah, but there's no mail in the mailbox, I don't think. There's no mail in her bed. Yep, nobody's home, but we can't find, they're back here like, listen, she's a mother of a 1-year-old, she's always shows up at work, she always contacts us, we haven't heard from her, this is really, really bad, we have a bad feeling. Talk to the boyfriend says, I haven't seen her, I haven't talked to her all day, I talked to her in the morning, but I haven't seen her. We just get to the house now, there's a couple windows open on the second floor, which is really odd, because obviously it's freezing out. I had him do a neighborhood canvas. One neighbor said, "Hey, I saw him drive her car out of here this afternoon. I can't get into the house. I'm going to kick in the door in a minute. But I called Steve out just to let you know. All right. Okay, goodbye. Okay, my camera's been on. All right, you want to
Try to knock it one more time and then just move it.
No, hold it. 4-3. Right off this. We're going to attempt to make entry.
Did you get the insurance warrant complete on the broken?
Police department.
Sure. I'll take it. Roger.
Hey, there's no key, Nelly. There's no key. We gotta kick it out. Kick it in. Watch out.
Ansonia Police. Police Department. Oh shit. What? Oh fuck, dude. What? Holy shit. Captain DB here. Holy fuck.
Okay. Find
Back out.
No, clear the room. Clear the house. D2, I'm gonna need you here.
Roger.
Okay. Now they clear? I need the bed searched, please, under the bed. Fuck, no kid. No kid. All right. Exit. Exit. Yeah. Okay, exit. Do me a favor. Go talk to that neighbor. Give me all the information you can get.
Just keep it.
Just
No information.
no information. You just want to try to confirm it. Smitty, go do a neighborhood canvas, please. Yep, neighborhood canvas. Names, times, cameras, anything we can get. Turn off my camera and have a conversation with someone.
Lieutenant, just as that clip ended, you were pacing on that deck and you were walking towards, there was a window on your right.
Yes.
First of all, with regard to the position of the skylight, after you made entry, did you become aware of what what room the skylight was in?
Yes, it was in the bathroom.
Was that window that you were just standing by when the camera went off, would that been the exterior bathroom window?
Correct, it was.
When you first entered in to the property, into the actual apartment itself, you mentioned that you were aware that the ceiling fan was on and was on hot.
Yes.
I'm sure you noted that. Well, why did you note that in your report?
Because it was extremely cold out, windows were open, and no need to have a fan on in residence when it was that cold.
When you reviewed your body camera, did you notice candles around the apartment?
I did.
Did you point out that there were candles burning in the apartment when you made entry?
I did not.
Well, you didn't put it in your report.
Correct.
Did you see it on your body camera when you were reviewing your body camera?
Yes.
When you backed out, you made a reference to D2.
Yes.
Who is D2?
Detective Adcox.
Was he working at that time?
He was.
Was he the only detective working that evening?
He was.
And did you request him to come to the scene?
I did.
And you were having a phone call both before and after this video started. Who were you speaking with?
Lieutenant Lynch.
Who was Lieutenant Lynch to you at that time?
He was the supervisor of patrol.
And that as the clip ended, where you were giving instructions to Officer Nelson, and you referred to the other officer as Smitty. Who is Smith?
Officer Smith?
Would that be Officer Paul Smith?
Yes.
Was that the officer you were involved with on the telephone call shortly before going out to the scene?
Yes, it was.
And so he just arrived at the scene as you were exiting?
Yes.
I have nothing further, thanks.
Thank you. Attorney.
Hi, Lieutenant. How are you?
Good.
Good. Lieutenant, so I just want to make sure I follow up what Attorney Stein just asked you. So when you referred to Smitty, that was Officer Paul Smith.
Correct.
You saw him here today, correct?
I did.
Yeah, he just testified previously. And when you said Nellie, was that Brendan Nelson that you were referring to?
Yes, Officer Nelson.
Okay, so he went into 6.5 with you, correct?
Correct, he did.
Okay, so you're the patrol supervisor back on Monday, December 2nd, 2019, correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and would Officer Smith report to you, sir, back on December 2nd? Were you his immediate supervisor?
Yes, I was.
And how about Officer Nelson?
As well.
Okay, great. So was you chartered to go ahead and stay at the police department on the afternoon shift from 3 to 11, or were you out on patrol yourself?
We do both.
You did both. Okay. Were you out on patrol that day?
At some point that day I was.
Okay. All right. What was it that brought you back to the police station for the phone call that Officer Smith made?
When Officer Smith came in for that phone call, I was already present at the police department.
Okay. So I just want to go slow. So you came in, 3 to 11 shift, you were out on patrol, you had come back to the police station when Officer Smith was there.
Correct. When Officer Smith came in, I was already present.
Okay, great. Do you know who Jody Jacobellis is?
I know the name, but I know the name.
Okay. I'm going to ask you one other name, Christine Holloway. Do you know who that is?
I know the name.
Okay. Did you interview Jody Jacobellis or Christine Holloway prior to the phone call that was made to New Haven, Connecticut between you and Officer Smith?
I did not.
Okay. So you had no contact with them?
Correct. I did not.
Okay. So Officer Smith indicated to you that he was going to make this phone call, and you joined in the call, correct?
Correct. I did.
Yeah, we have the body cam. It's a full exhibit here. And I take it that you were at the police station and you used the landline and put the conversation on speakerphone so you could hear it.
Correct. We did.
Is that correct? And then during the course of that conversation, you started to interact with the person on the other end of the phone.
Correct. I did.
Right? And you believe that that was Jose Morales. Is that
Correct. I did.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And then when Officer Nelson first showed up at 6.5 Myrtle, were you there, sir?
Officer Nelson was present prior.
Prior to you arriving?
Correct.
Right? Okay. And so we saw it was snowing out when you got to 6.5.
Yes, it was.
Correct? Okay. And had he done any work, to your knowledge, prior to you arriving there?
Yes.
Okay. And just in your own words, just tell me what your understanding is what he did.
He attempted to make contact with anybody in that residence there, and he walked the perimeter of that residence.
Okay. So Officer Nelson's here. Was he, I think you answered this, he was a direct report to you as the patrol supervisor, correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. So he gets there first, you make the phone call, you go over there. Officer Smith is not with you when you arrive at 6.5 Myrtle.
Correct. He was not.
Right, okay. And then was that the first time that day that you were at 6.5 Myrtle?
It was.
Had you ever been there before?
I was not.
Okay, great. So you get there, it's snowing out, you talk to your subordinate, Officer Nelson, what did he see, what did he do, and then you approached the ramp that went up to the front door.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay, great. And then when you got to the front door, you weren't able to initially gain access to the apartment. Is that correct?
Correct. I was not.
Okay. And did you ask Officer Nelson to leave at that point?
I asked him to do a neighborhood canvas, yes.
Okay, so just tell us, when you were unable to get into the apartment, the door was locked, I think you said the screen door was open.
Correct.
Is that correct? I don't want to mislead you. Okay, so the screen door is open, you're unable to get in, you say, Nelson, continue the canvass of the neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. And is that when you went ahead and you walked around down the embankment to the back of the property where the three-car garage was?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And just, and we'll do this as we go along, but would you agree with me that the back of the residence at 6.5 has that, and I can put the picture up if you want, I will, the three-car garage, correct?
Correct, it does.
Right, and the driveway to 6.5 Myrtle is in the back of 6.5 Myrtle, correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. And you walked down and you looked in the three-car garage, but I think you said that the glass panels were painted over. Is that correct?
Yeah, they appeared blacked out.
Okay, and so you couldn't see in there,
Correct.
right? Plus it's snowing out.
Correct.
And now it's 8:30, 9 o'clock?
Roughly.
Yeah, okay. You know, I'm not trying to confuse you, all in that general time frame. When you went down and you did the perimeter of 6.5 Myrtle, were you with anyone else, sir?
No, I was not.
Okay. And Officer Nelson's off doing what you instructed him to do,
Correct.
right? Oh, and Officer Smith hadn't shown up yet.
Correct.
Is that okay? So now, after you're around the back, you had checked the doors, I take it?
Yes.
Probably identified yourself as a police officer?
Earlier on.
Yeah, okay. When you were in the back of the residence, when you're knocking on the door, did you say something like Ansonia Police? Or
I don't
anything?
recall.
Okay, all right. But it would be your practice to go ahead and identify yourself as law enforcement.
Correct.
official, correct? I mean, that's standard procedure for you.
Correct.
right? Okay. So you go ahead and do that, and you reached a point, I believe, that you were in the back where the three-car garage was, and you decided to return back to Myrtle Avenue.
Correct.
Okay, so you came up the embankment, you went to Myrtle Avenue. Where was Nelson then?
Nelson was still conducting neighborhood canvass.
Okay, and then did you return back up that ramp up to the front door of 6.5 Myrtle by yourself?
I don't recall if I was by myself at that point.
Okay. Make sure it's okay. All right, so you, but eventually you went back to the front door?
Yes.
Okay, and then did Officer Nelson join you at that point, sir?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and you decided to make, I think the term was forced entry, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and just tell me what forced entry means.
It means you have to use some kind of force to open that door.
Okay, because you didn't have the key for the doorknob, correct?
Correct, and it was locked.
And you didn't have the deadbolt key.
Correct.
Okay, and did you advise back to Ansonia PD that you were going to make this forced entry?
I did.
Okay, all right, and that's standard procedure, right?
It is.
Okay, because we don't know what's behind the door, and you want the Ansonia Police Department to know what you're doing next.
Correct.
Were you reporting to a supervisor at that point?
Over the radio?
Yeah.
I was not.
No, okay. I think I'm jumping around a little bit, but I think you told me Detective Adcox was the only detective that was on call that night,
Correct.
right? And was he back at the Ansonia Police Department, if you know?
I don't know.
Okay, but he was on duty that night?
Correct.
Okay, great. He was not directing you at that point or giving you any instructions in regard to how to act?
He was not.
Okay, gotcha. Because at that point, it was just a missing persons complaint.
Correct.
Right? Okay. All right. So now, when you went up to the door, we saw you kicked in that panel in the lower right quadrant of the door.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. And then did you take your arm and try to unlock the door from the inside?
I did.
Okay. And you were unsuccessful because it was locked. It was locked from the inside, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's when you made your determination that you were going to actually not kick in the panel, but actually kick in the door.
Correct.
Right. And that wasn't easy because it was snowing out, correct?
Correct.
Right. And you had to give it a few whacks with your foot to try to get that door, right?
I did.
And it splintered off of the frame at that point.
It did.
Okay. And then I understand that you went inside, and Officer Nelson went inside as well.
He did.
Right. Okay. And you wanted to clear the apartment to see if anyone was in there, correct?
Correct.
Right. Okay. And then you heard whatever he said, oh shit, oh fuck, or something like that, when he had gone into the bathroom,
I did.
right? And he, at that point, had observed Christine Holloway's body, correct?
Correct.
Right? And you followed him in there at that point,
Correct.
right? And did you see Christine Holloway's body at that point?
At that point, I saw a white, pale female lying there.
Okay, because it seemed from the video that you were only in there momentarily. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then after you had observed the body, then you wanted to clear the apartment to make sure there was nobody else there,
Correct.
right? And you did that, and Officer Nelson did that pretty quick, right?
Correct.
And you directed him, hey, look under the bed, for example, correct?
Correct.
And did you look in the other closets or other doorways or anything else in the apartment there?
The closets we did.
Yeah, okay. And you were only in the apartment for maybe a minute or so after you had observed the body?
Roughly.
Yeah, right, okay. And then just tell me in your own words, you both went outside, correct?
Correct.
And what steps did you take next, sir?
Once we exited the apartment, we secured the front door or closed the front door to secure that residence. I advised Officer Nelson to continue his neighborhood canvass, beginning with the individual that he had just spoken to.
Okay. And do you know the individual's name?
I don't off the top of my head.
George O'Meara, does that?
Yes, that rings a
Does that
bell.
ring a bell?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And the address that you were at was 6.5 Myrtle, and Mr. O'Meara is 6 Myrtle, right next door.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So then it looked to me like what happened was you had exited the apartment, Nelson's outside, and then Officer Paul Smith shows up.
Yes,
correct?
it arrives on scene, yes.
Okay, and then Officer Smith, you direct him, Smitty, go ahead and conduct a canvass, correct?
Correct, I did.
Right, and you wanted to see if there was external cameras around
I did.
the area, maybe Cottage Street, correct?
At that point, it was focused on Myrtle.
Focus on Myrtle, sure. And that's standard protocol to go ahead and see if there's any cameras that picked up anything.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. And after that incident happened, that really wasn't the end of your day, though, was it?
It was not.
No. Okay. So I'll ask it to you this way, and you tell me if I'm correct. After you were at 6.5 Myrtle, then did you go to 105 First Avenue in New Haven?
Later on that would be the next morning.
Okay. So just so we're okay, it was Monday that you went on shift, 3 to
Yes.
11,
Yes.
right? And now we hit midnight, now we go into Tuesday.
Correct.
Okay. And so now we're going to talk to you about Tuesday. Did you go over to 105 First Avenue in New Haven at that point, sir?
I did.
And did you go with anybody else?
I did.
Who was that?
Present was Detective Sergeant Froelich,
Yeah.
Detective Adcox, and off memory, that's who I have.
Do you know who Michael Castillo is?
Yes, he was a detective.
He was a detective.
Mm-hmm.
Did he go with you over there?
I don't recall if he was there.
It's okay. It's all right. What was your responsibility when you got to 105 First Avenue in New Haven, Connecticut, sir?
My responsibility was to stand in the living room.
Stand
In the living room?
In the living room?
Yes.
Okay. So, and you had never been there before? I take
Never.
it, right? Correct. Okay. So you and other brother officers go to 105 First Avenue, and you were required to stand in the living room.
Correct.
Okay. And did you secure that location?
I did not secure that location.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to start to object at this point. It is beyond the scope. I allowed some latitude, but I only offered this witness with regard to the activities that he conducted at 6.5 Myrtle. And he is now at a completely different time and place and day, as a matter of fact.
Okay,
We
so,
could have him come back.
Well, by having him come back as a defense witness changes the dynamic of the scope of the examination.
all right, so you were questioning this witness relevant to his investigation into this particular missing persons call. So Attorney Gavin, if you want to just ask a question as to whether or not there was any additional investigation into that missing call, then it's within the scope of the cross-examination. If it's a completely different basis, then I'll sustain the objection, but why don't you ask the question before I do that?
Thank you, sir. When you wound up going to New Haven, was that part and parcel of the investigation that was being conducted with the other brother officers?
Again, I think it needs to be clarified whether he was conducting an investigation or if he was standing by as a fly on the wall or just a support officer.
Well, Attorney Stein, if this is part of his investigation while he's on the job and it was a continuation of his investigation at Myrtle, then I'm going to allow the continued cross-examination, unless it was something that was succinct and it was different and apart from the investigation that was conducted at Myrtle.
I think his testimony to this point has been, Your Honor, that he was a patrol supervisor. He has now mentioned that the detective division is on site. They are conducting an investigation. He said he was standing in the living room. So the investigation is being conducted by other people. So in terms of what is happening, for what reasons, or any of those, it is now we are into a different part of the investigation.
Okay, Attorney Stein, it sounds to me like he had a role. His role was to stand in the living room. So as far as I can tell, this is a continuation of his investigation. Before you ask additional questions regarding what happened at the First Avenue Street? First Avenue address, is that what you're asking? Why don't you ask him what happened immediately following his duties at Myrtle Beach, so I can make sure it's connected. If it's not connected, then I'll make a determination.
We're going to go slow, okay?
Okay.
All right. You're at 6.5 Myrtle, right? Christine Holloway is found in the bathroom at 6.5 Myrtle.
Correct.
Did an investigation by the Ansonia Police Department continue at that point?
With the Detective Bureau, yes.
Okay. Were you in the Detective Bureau?
I was not.
Okay. Tell me what you did in regard to the continued investigation.
I stood by at the Myrtle Ave until some point they needed officers to go to 105 to assist with transporting Jose Morales up there. So my job was to assist the Detective Bureau.
Okay. So you were assisting as part of the ongoing investigation at that point. You had just recovered, correct, a decedent in the bathroom.
Correct.
And the investigation was continuing at that point.
They were conducting their investigation.
Yeah. Okay. And you participated, and we'll go through what you did, but you participated in that investigation. You didn't go off shift after being at 6.5 Myrtle. Is that fair?
I did not go off shift, correct.
Right. You continued, and I don't know.
The court's going to find it's within the scope of cross-examination. It regards continuing investigation of the body and the disappearance, I believe, of the child at this point in time. He did indicate he was assisting, and he did have a role. I'll allow you to continue, Attorney Gavin.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Lieutenant, I'm going to take you now away from 6.5 Myrtle, and you traveled, I think you told us, to 105 First Avenue in New Haven, correct?
I did.
Okay. And did you go there with anyone?
I do, but I do not recall who.
Okay. All right. When you got there, were other Ansonia police officers present, sir?
They were.
Okay. And who was that?
From my recollection was Detective Sergeant Frolish, Detective Adcox,
Yep.
and Detective Castillo.
And Detective
Castillo.
Castillo. Okay. So you got there. Was Jose Morales located at 105 First Avenue in New Haven that evening? It would have been Tuesday morning now, the 3rd. Was he there?
I don't know if he. I was not. I don't know if he was there when I got there.
Okay. Why don't you explain to us what you did when you got to 105 First Avenue?
So, when I was dispatched to go there, it was to actually transport Jose Morales back there. It wasn't the initial call.
All right.
If that makes any sense.
Okay. Let's go slow.
Yep.
So, someone directed you to go to New Haven rather than go back to the Ansonia Police Department, correct?
No. From 6 Myrtle Ave, I went back to the Ansonia Police Department.
Okay. And how long were you there at the police department?
Probably a few hours.
2 hours, okay.
A few hours, yeah.
A few hours, okay. I'm not trying to
I know you're not.
box in the exact minute, all right. So you're at the Ansonia Police Department. What caused you to travel to New Haven?
They needed, the DB needed assistance, which is the Detective Bureau, to transport Jose Morales back home.
Okay. Transport him back home from where to where?
From the Ansonia Police Department back to his residence.
Okay. And when you were at the Ansonia Police Department for 2 hours, was that the time frame that Mr. Morales had voluntarily gone to the police department and given a statement to the detectives?
That I don't know.
You don't know if he was there?
I don't know if he went, how he got there, or if he was there voluntarily.
Okay. Did you participate in the interview at all?
I did not.
Okay. And as you sit here right now, you have no idea how he got to the Ansonia Police Department?
I do not.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So now you're at the Ansonia Police Department and somebody asked you to transport him?
Correct, to assist the detectives to transport him back to his residence.
All right. Well, you tell us, what does it mean to assist the detectives to transport him back to New Haven?
They needed additional bodies to go there.
Was he in your patrol car, sir?
He was in a detective's car.
Okay. This is getting a little confusing for
Okay.
me, so bear with me.
Mm-hmm.
You're at the Ansonia Police Department, and Morales is at the Ansonia Police Department.
Correct.
And somebody made the decision to return him to his home in New Haven, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked to assist in that endeavor.
Correct.
But you were not asked to go ahead and take him in your car, your patrol car. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you leave in your patrol car. Do you have anyone with you?
I didn't leave in my patrol car. I was in the detective's vehicle.
Okay. All right. You're in the detective vehicle. Which detective's vehicle were you in?
I don't recall.
All right. Okay. Was Morales with you?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So
We took 2 cars.
took 2 cars. Okay. So there were multiple detectives involved at this point. Is that fair?
Correct.
All right. Okay. So now it's Tuesday, early in the morning, and you leave the Ansonia Police Department in one vehicle, detectives leave in another vehicle, and you head to New Haven. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when you get to New Haven, were you aware of the fact that that's Morales' parents' house?
I was.
Okay. All right. Now, let's go slow. You get out of the vehicle in New Haven. As part of the investigation, what was your responsibility, sir?
Besides being there, I didn't have a direct responsibility to do anything in particular.
Just stay with me for a second.
Mm-hmm.
DB, Detective Bureau,
Yes.
individuals asked you to go to New Haven.
Correct.
You're over your shift. Your shift would have ended at 11 o'clock at night.
Correct.
Now it's all the way Tuesday morning,
At some
5
point.
o'clock in the morning, something like that?
Something.
So around that time.
Around that time.
Okay. So now you go there and you don't have any responsibility?
Correct. I don't have a direct responsibility to do a certain thing for the investigation, except to be present.
To be present, okay. Did you go into the house?
I did.
What did you do in the house?
I stood in the living room.
Okay. Did you talk to anybody?
At some point while I was there, I spoke to somebody.
Who did you talk to?
I spoke to Jose Morales.
Okay. The defendant?
Yes.
Okay. You spoke to him?
Yes.
Your body cam on?
I believe it was.
Okay. And how long did you speak to him?
I don't recall how long it was.
Okay. Did you speak to anybody else?
Not that I could recall.
Did you speak to his mom, Lydia De Jesus?
Again, not that I could recall.
Do you recall speaking to his stepfather, Marcos Garcia?
Not that I recall.
He was not under arrest at that point.
Correct. He was not.
Absolutely, right? They voluntarily allowed you to come into the house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Being cooperative with you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. How long were you at the house?
Several hours.
Okay. Did you just stand against the wall for several hours? I mean, it sounds
At one point, I sat at the kitchen table.
okay. You sat at the kitchen table. Okay. And then you left and you went where? back to Ansonia PD?
I'm assuming back to the Ansonia Police Department.
If you don't recall.
I don't. Yep, I don't recall.
You don't recall, okay. But at some point, it would be fair to say that you left New Haven.
Correct.
Okay, all right. And then on about 11 o'clock on Tuesday, you left,
Okay.
right? You had left, right? Around 11 o'clock on Tuesday, Judge Pearson had signed a search and seizure warrant for 105 First Avenue.
I'm going to object now. Again, it is way out. In fact, not in evidence.
I'll withdraw it.
It's withdrawn, so you're going to withdraw the question. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, just cross that question out if you wrote it down. Some of you are taking notes. The question's been withdrawn.
After you left on the morning of Tuesday, December 3rd, 2019, did you ever return to 105 First Avenue, sir?
No.
You never went back there?
From the time I left, I did not make my way back there. No.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this so we're on the same page. Do you remember what time it was that you left?
I don't recall the time I left.
Okay. Was it the afternoon? Was it late in the evening?
I would say later in the afternoon.
Later in the afternoon. Did you assist in the execution of a search and seizure warrant?
Same objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow the answer.
I'm sorry.
You can answer.
I did.
You did? Okay. And what was your responsibility in the execution of the search and seizure warrant?
To assist with the search.
Okay. And tell us in your own words, what'd you do?
I searched, from my recollection, the basement bedroom.
Okay. In the basement of 105 First Avenue?
Correct.
Okay. And anybody assist you in that endeavor?
There were other detectives there, yes.
Okay. And they were searching that area as well?
Correct.
Okay. Did you recover any evidence at that point?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Was there an evidence officer there in case somebody recovered something that it would be turned over to the evidence officer?
That would have been the detectives.
That would have been the detectives. Okay.
Yes.
And your recollection as you sit here is you didn't find anything that you turned over to those
Correct.
detectives?
I don't recall that.
Thank I have no other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You're all set. You may exit the witness stand. Thank you. All right. Why don't we take our afternoon break?
Sounds good, Your Honor.
All right. So I'm going to allow the jury and staff a 15-minute recess. So we will be in recess for 15 minutes. Please remember your ongoing obligation and instructions that I gave you earlier. Court stands in recess for 15 minutes. Madam Clerk. Thank you. You may be seated. All right, counsel, if you would stipulate to the return of all of our jurors.
Stipulate to the presence of the jury.
All right, thank you so much. The state may call its next witness, please.
George O'Mara, please, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. If you please watch your step. Thank you. Just come on up here to the witness box and please remain standing. Madam Clerk is going to put you under oath. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your full name, spell
George.
your last name, and state your address for the record, please.
George O'Mara, O''Mara, 6 Myrtle Avenue, Ansonia, Connecticut, 06401.
All right, thank you, sir. You may be seated.
Good afternoon, Mr. O'Mara.
Good afternoon.
A couple of things. Can you put yourself in as tight as you can get? That mic does not really amplify. It's more for recording.
Okay.
All right, so if you can keep your voice up, that would be great. So I want to start off with, can you tell us where you live?
6 Myrtle Avenue, Ansonia, first floor.
Okay. And how long have you lived there?
About 18 years.
And are you currently employed?
I'm retired.
From where?
United States Postal Service.
I'd like to call your attention to December of 2019. Were you living at 6 Myrtle Avenue in December of 2019?
Yes, I was.
And specifically, I would like to call your attention to Monday, December 2nd of 2019. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
And what is it about that day that causes you to remember that day?
The police activity next door, which ended up being that someone was murdered, makes it stick out in my mind.
Objection. Your Honor, can I be heard outside the presence of the jury?
Okay, yes. So I am going to ask Madam Clerk to please take the jury outside. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to ask that you exit the courtroom. Please leave your notebooks behind right on your chair. Thank you. All right, Attorney Galvin, the jury has exited. I'll hear your objection.
May
at
the
this
witness be excused, please?
Because we may be discussing some of the substance of the proposed or proffered testimony, I would ask the witness to please be removed from the courtroom. So, sir, if you wouldn't mind exiting the witness box, standing outside the courtroom doors there, we'll be right with you. Thank you. All right, witness has been excused from the courtroom. Attorney Gavin?
Yes, thank you. That was egregious misconduct, Your Honor. For that witness not to be prepared and not told, not to offer an opinion in regard to a crime, he just testified in the first minute he was on the stand that he was aware of what happened because a murder was committed. That's grounds for a mistrial, and I'm moving for a mistrial. The state has an obligation to advise their witnesses that they cannot go ahead and offer an opinion in regard to the ultimate issue here. That was mind-boggling at this point in the proceedings after.
I take extreme umbrage to even the categorization that somehow Mr. O'Mara was coached in some way by the state. It's insulting by Attorney Gavin, who knows me better than that. To that extent, in any discussion that I had with Mr. O'Mara, I asked him how he remembered that date, and he told me that was the day that the lady got killed next door. Those were his words to me. The fact that he is using different words on the stand certainly were not at the request of the state. And to the extent that Attorney Gavin has called more attention to it than anything further, I think strictly the request should have been to strike the witness's answer, and I would have re-asked the question that led away from the offending statement. But so far as anything from the defense to suggest that the state solicited that answer is unfortunate.
Your Honor, I'm not suggesting that they solicited. What I'm suggesting is that's their witness, and they have responsibility for the witness's testimony. And they should have cautioned this gentleman, who obviously has an agenda here. He's been on the stand for less than a minute claiming that a murder was committed. I am not suggesting that Attorney Stein or anybody in the state's attorney's office coached him to go ahead and say that. I want to make sure that that's clear. But we can't unring the bell at this point, that's for sure. Thank you.
All right, so I do not believe that there was any deliberate conduct on behalf of the state, so any misconduct on behalf of the state, Attorney Gavin. So what we're dealing with here is a witness who made a statement that he recalled that date in question because that was the date that a woman next door, I believe he stated, was murdered, okay? So that's the statement that we're dealing with. And I understand that you believe that is an opinion on the ultimate issue, and on its face, of course, it is an opinion on the ultimate issue. However, at this stage of the game and with this particular witness, I believe that a cautionary instruction is sufficient. I believe cautioning this witness not to answer any question more indirectly than the direct response required. I would also ask the state to pose any additional future questions so as to avoid any problems such as the one that we just encountered. Obviously, the jury is going to be instructed that they're the ones to decide the ultimate issue in this case. The court has and will continue to instruct the jury as to their role, as to their finding of facts, and as to the law that applies in this case. Relevant to those instructions will obviously be the fact that anything that the court has stricken is to not be considered evidence in this case, and that they are the ultimate trier of facts in this particular lawsuit. Now, relative to the witness, I know it's difficult to reach into someone's mind, but the court, in assessing the witness here, with the understanding that this witness is going to testify about a neighbor and the death of that neighbor, I don't know that the witness intentionally referred to that death of the neighbor as a murder, as opposed to something other, such as the death of a neighbor. So I can't sit here and state with any certainty that that statement was intentional and that that statement was to prejudice the defense and that the witness came in here with an agenda. However, I will be taking a look at the witness's testimony, and I will be keeping a close eye on the witness's testimony to uncover any such intention relative to the continued responses of this particular witness, the witness's demeanor, and I will be putting some of the onus on the state to make sure that the questions are appropriately phrased so as to avoid any additional ultimate conclusions stated here as a response to any of the state's questions regarding this particular witness. So we're going to, do you wish to be heard any more, Attorney
No, Your Honor.
Gavin? All right. So it was one statement. It is something that I believe the court can cure. I don't find any intentional misconduct on behalf of the prosecution. I've weighed the remedies, and you know, we only render a mistrial usually in the most extreme cases. In this particular instance, I will make sure that I adequately instruct the jury. I'll instruct the jury right now. I'll instruct the jury following the testimony. If you want me to remind the jury, Attorney Gavin, I'll leave that up to you. And I will also provide an instruction in my final charge to the jury. Okay. All right. So your request for a mistrial is denied. Your objection is sustained. I will strike the portion of the response that the witness gave regarding the question that was asked. In fact, I will strike the question in its entirety, and I will strike the response in its entirety, and I will hope that the state can fashion a question that will elicit an appropriate response.
Well, I will report to the court. The note that I have, that I read from, was the woman next door was found dead. That was the response that I was expecting from the person.
Attorney Gavin, would you have any objection to the state just leading the witness through one or two questions to get us to where the state needs to be without any additional prejudicial statement being placed on the record by the witness?
Judge, I think if we call his attention to the day that he's familiar with and what he did or what he said or what he saw is appropriate. I think anything far afield. I am just so flustered by the fact that this gentleman comes on the stand within a minute of coming into Your Honor's courtroom, which we've been conducting this trial fairly, and makes that opinion is just egregious misconduct on his part.
All right. So,
again, not Attorney Stein.
So I am happy to provide a cautionary instruction to the witness on the witness stand before we continue on with the questioning.
Please.
All right. So let me please bring the witness back in. Thank you.
Will it be appropriate for me to pick up my examination that his basis for remembering December 2nd, 2019, that was the day that the woman next door was found dead?
I think we're going to revisit that entire section of questioning, because if I strike the question and the response, it'll be taken out of the evidence. So the question somehow is still going to have to be asked how he remembers that day, if in fact you want to continue to ask it, which is why I would like to caution him relative to using the term murder, for instance.
Judge, all the police reports that I have, there's not one police report that refers to Mr. O'Mara saying this was the day that Christine Holloway was found deceased. There is nothing in there. There's no reference point for that. So there's no reason to turn around and use that when he knows what the day is. Was there police activity? Sure, that's all fine. But to go far afield, to turn around and say, I remember because of the day that Christine Holloway was found dead, the police didn't even advise him that there was a fatality.
But that is falsely censoring the man's memory. When I asked him 6 years after the fact, do you remember this day? And his response was, that was the day that my neighbor was found dead. That's what I was expecting. It is a point in reference together in time 6 years later, and I do believe that is fair game. The fact that it's not mentioned in the police report is not a basis for not allowing the question. The question is being asked 6 years later, what is the basis of you remembering a specific date?
I understand that, Attorney Stein. The problem that the court has here is the word murder was used. That's an ultimate conclusion. It's an issue to be cited by the jury. I will give a curative instruction on that. I will make sure the jury understands that this witness is not in a position to reach any conclusions that are ultimate issues in this case and that are left for the jury to decide. And we will strike all of the evidence. I just need to make sure that this witness understands that moving forward, he is not to make any reference to the term murder or reach any conclusions or opinions in this particular case.
I agree, Your Honor.
All right, so bring the...
Insofar as he remembers the day that the neighbor was dead, that is a different, an unobtrusive fact that he remembers.
If he remembers this day because it's his truth that that is the day that his neighbor was found dead, then that's fine. That is not what the gentleman said on the stand.
I understand.
He can testify it was the day that the police questioned him. I'm sure they probably don't go out and question him every day. He didn't even know that Christine Holloway was dead. He was never advised of that fact. To use that as a reference point is clearly prejudicial.
Well, Attorney Gavin, we're asking him today how he remembers that day. I'm not in a position to sit here and tell a witness how or why he remembers that particular day. But I am here to advise the witness that he cannot use terms that relate to the ultimate issue in this case that the juries need to decide.
And I'm in full agreement with that.
Okay.
But all I'm just saying, all he's got to ask him is, do you remember that day? You don't have to preface it with, do you remember the day, and try to invoke a response that there was a fatality or a homicide, or in this guy's opinion, a murder. We don't have to do that.
We're all here because there was a dead body found. So I'm not sure really what we're censoring other than the offensive terminology.
It is terminology. I'm not sensitive to the fact that there was a body that was found, that a neighbor was found dead. That's already in evidence. My understanding is there will be additional witnesses who will testify as to the death of the witness, including a medical examiner. So this is evidence that will be before the jury. The problem that I have with the response is that it is an opinion that the cause of death was murder. It's an opinion that this gentleman is not allowed to provide on the stand. However, I don't believe that that is an opinion from a layperson that is that prejudicial to the defense. This is not an expert witness drawing an expert opinion on the cause of death or who killed this woman. He did not say the murder of my neighbor by the defendant. I think he inappropriately used a term that probably many people use in everyday situations when they discuss someone who is found dead in a house and they know there is a police investigation that is ensued and that there are charges pending against someone. So I think he inappropriately used it. I don't know, if, as I stand here, whether or not it was intentional. But he did not identify any opinion as to who committed the murder. He will not be asked any opinion as to who committed the murder, I'm assuming. Correct, Attorney Stein?
I'm sorry, Mr.
He will not be asked any questions as to any opinion as to who caused the death of the neighbor.
Certainly not by the state, Your Honor.
All right.
I can't speak for Attorney Gavin.
All right. So I just want to make sure that we're all clear. So basically what the court has in front of it is inaccurate terminology. It cannot be used by a layperson on the stand. I am going to correct that, but I am going to caution the witness first, and then I am going to speak to the jury. Okay. So the objection is sustained. The motion for mistrial is denied, and we'll bring the witness back in. Mr. O'Meara, if you could please take the stand again. Thank you. You may be seated. All right. So, Mr. O'Meara, I just first want to remind you that you remain under the obligation of your oath. The response that you provided, which included the murder, so the term murder of your next door neighbor, is inappropriate because laypersons are not allowed to testify as to the ultimate issues that the jury needs to decide. And although the defendant was charged in this case, and the information in this case charges the defendant with murder, that is not something that you can conclude during your testimony on the stand. Do you understand that? Okay, so I am going to be bringing the jury back in here. I'm going to allow your testimony to continue, but you need to refrain from testifying relative to any ultimate issues in this case, which include something such as the term of murder. Okay, do you understand?
I understand. I thought not saying anyone in particular.
Right, and we're not going to do that either, and I'm
Right,
glad
that's
that
what
you
we-
didn't do that, or else I'd be dealing with more of an issue, okay? So what's going to happen is when the jury comes back in, I am going to be striking the question and your response and telling the jury not to consider it, and then Attorney Stein is going to continue his examination, all right?
All right, thank you.
But please keep that in mind,
Yep.
it's very
Oh, I
important,
will.
okay? All right,
Yes.
thank you so much. Anything further from counsel?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so if we could please bring, Madam Clerk, please bring the jury back in. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Counsel, first, please stipulate to the return of all of our jurors.
So stipulated.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am going to strike from the evidence the last question that was asked by the prosecution and the entire response from this particular witness. And what that means is that that information, that answer, is now stricken from the evidence. It's not part of this case, and you should banish it completely from your minds. You may not consider it in deciding the issues in this case. All right, part of that response included an ultimate issue, which is to be decided by you, the jury, at the end of this case upon instruction from the court. So that is the reason why I am striking that entire response from the evidence. So you are to banish it from your minds. You are not to consider it. If you wrote down a note regarding that question or that answer, please open your notebook right now and banish it from your notes as well so that you no longer can reflect upon it. All right? Thank you. I appreciate that. Attorney Stein.
Thank you. Mr. Romero, before the recess, we were talking about Monday, December the 2nd of 2019, and when I asked you if you remembered the day, is it fair to say your next-door neighbor was found deceased that day and there was police activity connected to that incident?
Yes, it is.
In the form of the question, may I be heard outside the presence of the jury?
I'll allow you to be heard outside the presence of the jury, Attorney Gavin. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, this could happen a lot, but you were informed that this would happen. So I am going to ask Madam Clerk to please remove the jury from the courtroom.
Am I going to?
Attorney
I
Gavin.
thought the court was very clear that we weren't going to go ahead and question this witness and use the homicide as a reference point, which is the leading question that as soon as the jury came back in that the state asked.
Okay. So, Attorney Gavin, I understand that. It was terminology. So it was murder as opposed to that was the day that my neighbor was found deceased. Now, if you want to object to the form of the question, the form of the, okay, all right, so it is a leading question. But I'm not going to sustain an objection to the question being asked if, in fact, that is the reason why this witness remembers that date. This jury has to assess this witness's credibility. There has been quite some time that has passed since this particular incident and the day that this witness is taking the stand. If there is something that is specific that reminds him of that day, he cannot sit here and falsify on the stand. If the question's asked, he needs to accurately respond to the question. There's a big difference in responding to that question relative to murder. My neighbor was murdered, which draws an ultimate conclusion, and my neighbor was found deceased that day. I mean, a neighbor can be found deceased for many reasons. If that's why he remembers that day and that aids in the jury's assessment of his credibility, I have to let the state ask the question. It's just the response that was provided sparked an issue. I have now fixed that issue relative to the terminology that was used in the response. So that's where I stand on the being able to ask the question. It is leading. If you prefer the state go back to an open-ended question, a non-leading question, then I'm sure the state will comply with that. And I believe the witness now understands what it is the witness cannot state on the record, and that is anything having to do with an ultimate conclusion on the issues presented to this jury.
Judge, the inherent problem I have is that this witness is being questioned in regard to his discussions with the police department as part of their investigation, which is fine. They're absolutely allowed to do that. This gentleman had no knowledge whatsoever that there was a decedent found in the adjoining property. So to use this to turn around to him and say on Monday, December 2nd, when he was unaware what the scope of the investigation or the results of the investigation was, has to do with the deceased body, is not only leading, but there's no foundation to it, and I believe that it is inappropriately phrased. I appreciate the court cleared up the whole issue with the murder. This is separate and distinct from that.
I understand that, and Attorney Gavin, I will sustain your objection to the extent that it is a leading question. I will tell the state that any questions they need to ask, obviously, this is their direct witness, cannot be leading. That's for cross-examination. You've made it clear you're not going to allow a leading question relative to this issue. You don't want this issue addressed at all. But what I am telling you, Attorney Gavin, is that is more of a subject matter or issue for cross-examination of this particular witness, if in fact you wish to cross him on that fact that he was unaware at the time that he provided his answers. The question was, why does he remember that situation as he sits here today? So he has to answer that honestly. He now knows that he cannot use the term murder. So I sustain your objection as to not the substance of the question, but the fact that the question was leading.
And while the jury's out, then my second objection is the relevancy of this, because it's not relevant.
It's relevant to the assessment of credibility because, again, Attorney Gavin, and I understand what your concerns are here. The problem is I have a jury who's assessing the credibility of a witness almost 6 years after the fact. This incident occurred in 2019. The state has to be afforded an opportunity to establish the accuracy of the witness's memory of that particular date. So if there is some reason why this witness is holding on to his memory from that particular date, then it is relevant towards establishing the credibility of this particular witness. So,
doesn't his memory have to come into question first? That's the point. Thank you, Erna.
All right, so the question is, the objection to the form of the question is sustained. We're going to bring the jury back in. I will strike that question.
Can I pose the next question to outside the presence of the jury?
That's fine. Why don't we do that, and then we're getting over this question. Are we over this issue once you do this?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you do that?
Mr. O'Mara, with regard to Monday, December the 2nd, 2019, do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Why do you remember that day?
The amount of police activity in the neighborhood was extremely high and unusual.
Okay.
That's fine.
And was there any other reason?
Just the unusual circumstances in the neighborhood. And like I said, the police presence.
That's fine.
All right, I want this witness to testify accurately and truthfully. I'm not trying to shut down his testimony. I am trying to limit the terms that he's using in describing why he remembers that day.
Mr. O'Mara, are you referencing this time frame due to the fact that something happened to your next door neighbor?
Yes.
And that was associated with the police activity?
Correct.
Is that why you remember this event?
Yes.
That's what I would claim, Your Honor.
Attorney Gavin.
I think it's inappropriate. I think it's poorly phrased. And the gentleman can answer just like he just did. Totally fine. Do you remember that day? Yes, there was a lot of police activity. You don't
All right,
have to
so-
go into anything other than that.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to instruct the state, just ask that one question. Don't follow up with any leading questions. This witness will respond the way that this witness wants to truthfully respond under his oath here on the stand. And we're going to move on from there, okay? All right. So we'll bring the jury back in. Thank you. All right, counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors here.
So stipulated, Your
Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, at the time that I asked you to leave, there was a question pending. There was an objection to that question. That objection was sustained, so you will not hear a response to that question, and the state will proceed. Thank you.
Mr. Romero, I asked you earlier about Monday, May 2nd of 2019, and I asked you if you remembered that day. Can you tell me why you remember that day? Did I say? I'm sorry, May? December 2nd of 2019. Why is it you remember that day?
The heavy amount of police activity in our neighborhood.
And with regard to that police activity, were you able to determine where in your neighborhood that activity was occurring?
It was centered
Your
at,
Honor, relevancy.
I'll allow it. Where the activity was?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll allow it. Overruled.
it was centered at 6.5 Myrtle Avenue.
And where was 6.5 Myrtle Avenue with regard to your home?
If you're standing in front of my home, it's the house directly to our left, across our driveway.
Showing you what's been marked states as 11 as a full exhibit. Attorney Gavin, objection?
No objection.
11 as a full exhibit. Put it up on the screen. I think you have a screen right there.
Court will accept, hold on. Court will accept into evidence states Exhibit 11 full by way of agreement. Thank you.
You have Amir's house, Mike's car, and Jose's car. No, Pete.
Mr. Romero, are you able to see this on your monitor?
Yes, I am.
So, first of all, can you tell me what you recognize this to be?
Well, the White House on the left side of the picture is my house, 6 Myrtle Avenue, first floor, window of our living room.
So, where my finger is this your home here?
Yes, it is.
And are you able, from this photograph, you didn't take this photograph, did you?
No, I did not.
Are you able to tell what perspective this is being taken from?
It's the front porch railing of 6.5 Myrtle Avenue is what appears in the bottom of the photograph.
So you're recognizing this fence line where my finger's tracing, this appears to be the front porch of 6.5 Myrtle Avenue?
Yes.
And so, now I want to, I'll leave that up there for a moment. So you mentioned the police activity at that location. Let's start with, first of all, did you know the people who lived at 6.5 Myrtle Ave?
I knew them casually. I knew their names and, to say hello or goodbye as we passed.
Well, can you tell us the names of the people that lived there?
Christine Holloway and Jose Morales.
And how long had they been living there?
About 2 years, I believe.
Did you ever have any interactions with them?
I spoke with them a couple of times, especially Jose, from the front porch. Like I said, as we were coming and going, we talked about the Yankees or just casual conversations.
And with regard to Christine Holloway, what kind of interactions did you ever have with her?
Very few times. Like I said, coming and going. She'd be leaving, I assume, for work or whatever, and I would wave or say hello, and we'd go our separate ways.
So you indicated that there was some police activity that occurred on that date. I want to call you to the earlier part of the day. Did you have reason to see an Ansonia police officer in your neighborhood?
Yes, they actually parked basically in front of our house, and then they walked over to 6.5 Myrtle.
Showing you this photo, which is still up on the screen. Number 11. Again, does this appear to be an Ansonia police car in front of your home?
Yes, it does.
And at the time, what observations, if any, did you make about the Ansonia officer when you saw the car in front of your home?
Just curiosity of what was going on, if it was a problem with the winter parking regulations that just started, or just what was going on.
Okay. So you noticed the officer, and what did you see the officer do?
Yeah, he walked up the ramp leading to 6.5 Myrtle.
And at the time that you saw the officer walk up to 6.5 Myrtle, did you make any observations about any other cars on the street?
Well, across the street, I saw the car known as Jose's, and there was a black car behind it, parked in front of the house directly across from there.
So, depicted in the right-hand side of this photo, which is, I believe, Exhibit 11, I'm sorry, there is a gold-colored car. Do you recognize that car?
I recognize that as Jose's car that I seen him come and go in.
Okay. So, at least with regard to this photograph, your house, the Ansonia car, the police car, and Jose's car are all visible in this shot. Is that right?
Correct.
When the officer went over to 6.5, what did you notice?
Just that he went up, knocked on the door. He was there for a few minutes knocking, and then I saw him get in his car and leave.
Okay. And how long was the officer there?
Probably 10, 15 minutes, I guess, at the door.
Okay. And do you were you looking at any clocks at that point in time?
No.
Okay. So do you have any idea what time of the day it was?
I believe it was around 12:30, 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Now, at some point in time, you indicated that the officer left?
Yes.
Did you make any observations with regard to 6.5 Myrtle after you saw the officer leave?
About 20 minutes or so after he left, I saw Jose come down the ramp, head across the street towards his car.
All right. And where were you when you made that observation?
At first, I was inside, but I was getting ready to go out because it snowed lightly, and I was going out to clear the steps. And while I was out there, Jose came back up, and he was heading back into 6.5 Myrtle Avenue.
All right. So I'm just making sure I have this right. So when you see the officer leave and you see Jose leave, how long after the officer left?
Approximately 20 minutes.
Okay. When you first see Jose come out, is that what you're saying?
Yep, coming down, heading down the ramp towards the street.
Where are you when you make that observation?
I was in my living room.
Okay. And would that be, there's a window that faces there?
Correct. That's the window I saw him through.
And going step by step, at that time that you saw him, did you notice anything about him?
I couldn't really see a lot of him. I recognized him, and he was heading down the ramp. It looked like he was carrying something, but it was down in his hand, so I didn't know for sure if he was. And I wasn't really that interested because, it's Jose. He lives there and he's just, leaving his house.
Okay. And did you see anybody else with him as he was walking down the ramp?
No, I did not.
Did you see Christine Holloway?
No, I did not.
Are you aware of whether Christine Holloway has a child?
Yes.
Did you see the child?
No, I did not.
Now, with regard to in this moment in time, he's walking down the ramp, possibly carrying something. What do you observe him do?
And he just went across the street to his car.
Okay. And when he got to his car, what did he do?
Well, the actual moments he was at his car is when I was putting on my jacket to go outside to sweep, so I didn't see if he put something in the car, what he would have put in the car if he did, and then he was heading back up towards the house.
Now, when you refer to a car, again, still on photograph 11, is this the car that you saw him walk to?
Yes, it is.
And when you went outside to start clearing the snow, where was Mr. Morales?
He was heading back up the ramp, and actually, I think on the porch itself. And I said to him, like I said, we speak casually. I said, I'm already tired of this winter shit with the snow. And he said, well, it's just beginning. And then he went inside.
Okay. And so there was at least a brief exchange between the two of you at that point in time?
Yes, there was.
Now, at some point in time, did you make any further observations about Mr. Morales?
A little while later, he came out again, went into his car, and left.
And where were you when you saw that?
I was back in the house, and I saw him through the window again.
Okay. And which car did he leave in?
That gold-colored car you described, that one right in the corner of the picture.
Okay. And with regard to, was there any other cars that you had observed parked on the street at that point in time?
There was a dark color or black car parked right behind his.
Okay. Now, with regard to his car, did you make any observations as Mr. Morales was departing in that car?
I heard the car start because the muffler was kind of loud, and seemed like he pulled up maybe 10 feet or so. I don't know if it stalled or if he stopped to look at something, and then he drove away.
And when he drove away, well, first of all, let's go back to the muffler for a second. Have you made or either observations or heard things with regard to how loud this car is or isn't over the last?
Yeah, I've noticed how loud, it was louder than normal, like it was a problem with the muffler or whatever, but.
Now, when he started to go, you indicated it looked like the car either stalled or there was a hesitation of some sort. What direction was the vehicle heading?
Towards Judson Place, which would be past the front of my house up to the corner to the stop sign.
So back on the photograph, so the vehicle traveled past your home this way?
Correct.
And is there a street at the end of that street?
Yeah, Judson Place.
And did you see which way the vehicle turned?
He turned left because Judson Place is a dead end to the right.
Okay. Down the street, made a left, and if he takes Judson, what would be the next intersection?
Cottage.
Were you able to see the car once it made the left turn?
No, he was out of sight then.
Did there come a point in time on this date where anything else that you noticed, anything else happening on Myrtle Ave?
Yes, as I said, heavy police presence. Police officer from Ansonia came over and talked to us again later that evening to ask if we had seen anything.
And did you speak to the officer?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell the officer in sum and substance what you have just told this jury?
Yes, I did.
And did you make any observations at that point once you spoke to the officer about where he or she went?
He went back over to 6.5 Myrtle Avenue, where I believe there was another officer there too. He went back over there.
All right. And did you make any other further observations with regard to any police activity following that first contact that you had?
After the first contact, no. After this contact, though, several more police cars showed up.
And did there come a point in time where officers came back to your house?
Yes, there did.
And when did that occur?
Later that evening.
And did you again answer questions posed to you by the Ansonia Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And did you give them again the information in sum and substance as to what you've told us here in court today?
Yes, I did.
Did there come a point in time that you were asked to respond to the Ansonia Police Department?
Yes, there was.
And do you recall when that was?
Later in the evening, I met with Detective Esposito.
And do you know why you were asked to come to the police department?
To go over my statement with him again, and then he showed me photographs for identification purposes.
Showing you what has been marked States 12. States 12, Your Honor, is a single exhibit consisting of 3 pages. One type page, 1 page with handwriting, and 1 page is a photograph.
Attorney Gavin.
I'm sorry, I
It's
was
okay.
looking at another exhibit.
States 12, Your Honor.
Oh, I have no objection.
Okay, so court will enter into evidence as a full exhibit, states 12, no objection, thank you.
Mr. Romero, up on the screen here, first of all, do you recognize, have you seen this document generally before?
Yes, I have.
And was this a document that the Ansonia Police Department put in front of you and asked you if you would read this document with regard to the instructions and procedures for witness identification?
Yes, they did.
And did they read all of these instructions to you before showing you any photographs?
Yes, they did.
Page 2. Did they indicate at the top of page 2 that you acknowledge the above instructions have been read to you by Detective Esposito and you fully understand the instructions?
Yes.
And did there come a point in time that they showed you 8 separate photos, one at a time, and asked you if you were able to identify the person that you knew as Jose, who lived next door to you at 6.5 Murray?
Yes, he did ask that.
And did you look through each of the photographs?
Yes, I did.
And did there come a point in time where you stopped and identified a photograph of a person that you know as Jose Morales?
Yes, I did.
Showing you page 3. Page 3 of this exhibit, does this appear to be the photograph that you recall?
Yes, it does.
And did they ask you at the bottom to verify that this is the photograph that you have selected? If I can get it focused for you.
Yes, they did. They explained that to me, and that's my signature.
There are 2 signatures here. Can you indicate which one is yours?
The one to the right where it says witness signature.
Okay. And that the box is checked. Here, this photo contains suspect, and they ask you to, using your own words, how certain you are.
Right.
And then showing you back on page 2 of this exhibit, did you write this in your own words?
Yes, I did.
That you identified photo number 7 of the 8, and that you were 100% certain that photo 7 is the person I saw and knew as Jose at 6.5 Myrtle Avenue.
Right. I did write that, and that's my signature on the bottom.
Mr. Romero, if you don't mind looking around the courtroom, the person who was your next door neighbor at 6.5 Myrtle, who you identified in that photo array, do you see that person presently here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
And would you please point to where you see him seated and describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and the record what kind of clothes you see him wearing?
He's at that table, the far end, wearing the white colored shirt.
May the record reflect, Your Honor, that Mr. Romero has identified the defendant both by pointing at him and identifying the white shirt at the end of the table that Mr. Morales is seen wearing in court.
No objection to that, Your Honor.
Record shall so reflect. Thank you. Attorney Stein, proceed. Thank you.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Mr. Romero.
Attorney Gavin.
Thank
Ross?
you.
Thank
Hi,
you.
Mr. O'Mara. Just a couple of questions for you, sir.
All right.
So you've been at 6 Myrtle.
Your presence by answering here, rise, and remain standing. Aaron Maloney.
Couple of questions for you, sir.
All right.
So you've been at 6 Myrtle for 18 years? Is that
Approximately. Yeah.
about 18? Are you
Yeah.
the homeowner?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Who's the homeowner?
Denise Hunt.
Denise Hunt. Now, is Denise Hunt the woman that lives on the second floor?
Yes, it is.
It's a two-family house,
Yes.
correct?
Right.
Okay. So you've been renting from Denise Hunt? Okay. And I just want to make sure that I understand. I know you're a retired postal worker. I'm going to take you now to Monday, okay? Monday, 12/2.
Yeah.
Right? That's the day it started to snow, right? You just testified.
Right.
And I think you testified that you saw a police officer come up, park their car on Myrtle Avenue, and then go next door to 6.5 Myrtle. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the officer was there for how long?
10, 15 minutes, whatever.
And at that point, did you go outside and talk to the police officer?
No, not at that point.
How did you observe the police officer? From inside the house?
Yeah, inside the house. He parked in front of our house. He walked over there and went up the ramp.
Okay. And when you say our house, do you
Well,
reside with anybody?
Yes, my girlfriend lives with me.
Your girlfriend. And what's her name?
Denise Keller.
Denise Keller. Okay. So was she home on that Monday?
Yes, she was.
Okay. She was with you.
Yeah.
All right. I got you. So the police officer comes in the middle of the day and goes up to 6.5 Myrtle, and you observe this, but you don't say anything to him.
To the officer, no.
Right. Okay. And then I think what you told us was that after that you had an opportunity to see the man you just identified as Mr. Morales,
Right.
right? And your testimony is that he left the house after the police officer left.
Right.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
And what time about that was that?
1:30, I don't know.
In the gym, right. It wasn't nighttime. It was still light out, correct?
Right.
Had it started snowing yet?
Yes, it had, because I went out to clear the snow off the steps.
Okay. Had it just started snowing, you were going to clear off the
Yeah.
walkway?
Yeah, I'm a little nuts about that I clear off
Okay.
several times during the storm.
Sure. Yeah. Hopefully not anymore this year. We never know. All right. Mr. O'Mara. So you testified that you saw Mr. Morales leave 6.5 and go over to his car, correct?
Right.
Okay. And I thought I heard you say that you thought he was carrying something.
Right.
Okay. What was he carrying?
I said I could not see it. The railing is fairly high. It just, the way he was moving, it looked like he had something in his hand.
Was it a big object like this?
I couldn't really see, the details. Once I saw it was Jose, like in my mind, it's his house. He can come and go as he pleases. So I didn't really pay a lot of attention to what he was carrying because, that's
Because you knew him and you had had conversations with him, correct?
in the past, casual conversations.
Sure. Like you told us, how the Yankees do today, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, so the fact that you saw him walking out of the house at that point was nothing significant to you.
Right.
Because he resided there.
Right.
Right? Okay. And I think you told us that you didn't really have much of a relationship with Christine Holloway other than to wave or say hello. Is that correct?
Yeah.
You had more of a relationship with Mr. Morales.
Right.
Shoot the breeze as neighbors. Is that fair?
Right.
Okay, great. So he leaves, he goes to the car, and then did he go back into 6.5 Myrtle?
When he went back is when I spoke to him about the weather.
Okay, so let me just go slow. You were getting your jacket on because you were going outside. You saw him walk towards the car,
Right.
correct? You put your jacket on, you went outside, and did you talk to him on the way back into the...
Yes, he was heading back into the house at that time.
Okay, and that's when you talked to him?
Right.
Okay, and then he went into the house?
Yes.
Okay, great. And then you stayed outside?
No, I was just, I mean, it was a light snow at that point, so I swept up quick, and like I said, I was probably out there 4 or 5 more times, so.
Okay, waiting as the snow accumulated. Yeah, all right, that's fine. So you went back inside, and did you converse with Mr. Morales when he left the house the second time, sir?
No.
No, okay. And that's when you said you heard the car with you?
Heard the car start, yep, and,
It was a little louder
Yeah.
because of the muffler?
yeah.
Okay. And when he went and left the apartment, did you see him carrying anything the second time?
I didn't notice him carrying anything the second time, no.
Okay. And then you told us, I think you told us, I want to make sure, that evening, Detective Richard Esposito came to talk to you, correct?
He came, I did speak with him, but I spoke to another officer. I spoke to several people, so.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's go through it real slow, okay?
Yeah.
So now I'm going to take you towards the evening hours. It's dark outside, okay? It's still snowing, all right? It's still Monday. Did a police officer come and knock on your door by the name of Officer Nelson and ask you if you had seen anything that day in the neighborhood?
Yes, I believe, I'm not sure about the officer's name, but they did come back and ask me actually if I had seen anybody leave that 6.5 address.
And you talked to that officer,
Yeah.
correct? Okay. And then the snow continued. And am I not correct that that night on Monday the 2nd, the officer came back a second time to talk to you?
Right. Like I said, they came several times once I had spoken to him and said I saw him leave the house.
Okay. I want to just go through that so that I understand. Is it your testimony that multiple officers during the course of the night came to you?
To be honest with you, I couldn't tell you how many officers came to me. I spoke to the police, and then eventually I talked to Detective Esposito, their names, and in between, the timing.
Okay. I know it was 5 years ago. I understand that. You testified that evening you went to the Ansonia Police Department and you looked at the photo array that was just marked as Exhibit 11.
I believe that was the next evening when I finally met with Detective Esposito down at the station.
Okay.
I have to look at the form and check the date, but I believe that was the next night when I actually got to that point.
All right. You had told us that it was the evening of the 2nd. Now you're saying it's
Well,
the evening of the
then I
3rd.
misspoke. It was the evening of the 3rd, I believe, that we actually that I was down at the police station.
Okay. So let's just go slow so we don't confuse it. So the police officers came on Monday the 2nd and you talked to them,
Right,
right? And there was a police officer that came at least 2 occasions, correct?
right.
You don't know his
I'm
name
not sure if it was the same officer both times. I saw the first officer come, when he came over and spoke to me, when it was the second time they came back, when I said I saw him leave the apartment. And then after that, there could have been several officers that came, because like I said, it got crazy then with all the police and,
But you weren't involved in the craziness with all the additional police coming, correct?
no.
No. And do you know a fellow named Jose Bourdet?
I know other Jose's, the last name I'm not sure about.
The neighbor across the street?
Okay, there is a Jose that lives directly across the street from me.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure of his last name.
That's okay, right? And his wife, Hannah?
Yeah.
Yep, okay. So when you were talking to the police officers the second time, when they came back to you, isn't it correct that Mr. Bourdet came over and joined the conversation with you?
I don't remember him coming over at that time, but
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. The homeowner, Denise Hunt, right? Did she come down? Was she interviewed by the police officers? Do you know?
I have no idea.
My recollection is, and you tell me if I'm wrong, but my recollection is that you were talking to the police officers and Miss Hunt was standing right next to you.
Okay, if that's what you say, but like I said, when I talked to the police officer, I was speaking to the police officer, told him what that I saw him leave, and if Denise was down at the time, then she was there, but
That's all I'm trying to confirm with you. When you were talking to the police officer the second time, Miss Hunt came from the second floor and she joined in that conversation. Is that correct?
not that I remember, but I was talking to the police officers. That was what I was focused on.
I respect that. I understand you were talking to a police officer and they were doing an investigation and you wanted to be cooperative with the police, right?
Right.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
You're a retired postal worker, right? Okay. Do you recall ever seeing Denise Hunt down?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. It's been asked 3 times. His recollection is he does not
Overruled,
recall.
you can ask the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you recall Denise Hunt being down there with you when you were talking to the police officers?
No, I don't, but that doesn't mean she wasn't there, but she could have been standing on the porch the whole time. It's her porch.
Sure. Sure. She owns the house.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So now you testified that Detective Richard Esposito made contact with you, correct?
Correct.
Did you know him prior to that evening?
No, I did not.
Okay. And is it your recollection that that was the following day, Tuesday, that Detective Esposito came and
I
spoke?
believe the day I went down and signed the identification was Tuesday the 3rd.
Tuesday.
If I had spoken to Detective Esposito that night, like I said, several officers were in and out, and then maybe he said, tomorrow we'll get together and go over your statement, but
Terrific. So would you agree with me that what happened was the following day on Tuesday, you went down to the Ansonia Police Department. I can show you the exhibit, and I will if you want it. But that was December 3rd that you went
I
down
believe
there.
that the day I signed this, identified the picture and signed, I believe was the 3rd.
Right, and there was no doubt that that was Jose Morales.
Not in my mind.
No, you've known him for a couple of years, correct?
Right.
Okay. And when Mr. Morales came out of the apartment, he wasn't trying to hide from you. He had a conversation with you, correct?
Well, he had the conversation as he was heading into it, but no, he wasn't appeared to be hiding from anybody.
He didn't see him run back into the apartment or something like that.
No, he walked up to,
You know? Had you ever had occasion to call the police regarding your neighbors, Christine Holloway and Jose Morales, at
No.
any time?
no, I did not.
Okay. I have no other questions. Thanks for your time. Thank you, Lana.
Thank you. Any,
Nothing further, Your Honor.
all right. So, Mr. O'Meara, you're all set. Please watch your step as you exit the witness stand, okay? Thank you. All right, court's going to note for the record the time is 4:45. I am in a position to adjourn for the day unless counsel needs to be heard. No?
Your Honor.
All
Nothing
right.
for the defense.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, before I do adjourn for the day, I just want to go over an instruction with you. So please remember that you must obey by the rules of your juror conduct. You will be going home to people who, of course, will be curious about the case that you are here on, as well as the trial. Remember, you've taken an oath that prohibits you to not talk about this case to anyone, not talk about the trial or any issues arising out of it until you've rendered a verdict. So that means you cannot talk to members of your family or friends or anyone, including each other, until such time as directed by this court. There are no exceptions to this obligation. Though your oath should be reason enough to obey this instruction, just let me suggest to you further practical reason. If you were to violate your oath and discuss the case at home or with others, they might give you ideas or details from some similar circumstances, and then you would have a problem when you start your deliberations of trying to sort out which information you heard here in the courtroom and which information you received from an outside source. Jurors often find deciding issues to be difficult enough without having the added problem of trying to filter out information that they obtained improperly and that was not part of the trial. So do not talk to anyone about this case, nor let anyone talk to you about it. Honor the oath you've taken. Likewise, you should not seek any information outside the evidence being presented here at trial. Do not visit any of the locations that have been mentioned. Do not look up anything. Do not conduct any independent research or perform any investigation into anything arising out of this trial. Your obligation will be to decide this case based solely on the evidence presented here in the courtroom and only on this evidence. Now, there is media coverage of this case. I warn you of that media coverage because many times we are likely to go home and turn on things such as the news or hop on our social media platforms. Your obligations here in this matter are extremely important. I do ask you to respect your oath and do your best to avoid all publicity or attention or information about this case from any source, including the media or social media. So with that, I am going to ask that you please leave your notebooks on your chair, and we will ask you to be here tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. for the continuation of evidence. Your notebooks will be secured in a confidential safe space. Thank you so much. Enjoy your night. Thank you. Court stands adjourned.